members are here, so I'm going to call the Monday, December 7th, 2020 meeting of the Town of Essex Select Board to order. Are there any agenda additions or changes?
Nothing from staff.
Thank you, Greg. Board members, are there? Dawn, go ahead.
We need to pull the minute from 11:16 out for corrections.
11:16, got it. We're going to move them up to item number 5F. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anybody else with changes to the agenda? Okay. If you are listening and your microphone is on, please turn your mic off so that we can reduce the echo, and just use your mic when you're speaking, okay? That would be really helpful. Thank you. If there are no further issues to be changed on the agenda, then I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move we approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you, Vince. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Dawn. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, our agenda has been amended. Just making some notes here. Okay. Next on the agenda is public to be heard. This is the part of the meeting when folks who are in the audience who wish to speak to the select board about items that are not on the agenda can do so. So if you have a question or comment for the board on items that are not on the agenda, you can indicate your need to speak by raising your hand in your upper right toolbar or by mentioning in the chat that you wish to speak. So, okay, I see one hand. Patty Davis, go ahead.
I just barely signed on. Am I unmuted?
You are fine. I can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay. Bear with me. Everybody's making noise. Vermont's tax commissioner has predicted a 9% increase in education property taxes. As you know, Essex being a golden town will see an even greater increase than the rest of Vermont. Now is not the time to be saddling half of your constituents, meaning us, TOV, with an additional 9 or 10% tax increase, or whatever the merger tax would be if it were levied all at once. And that is that's a likely scenario if the traditional board remains dominated by village residents, which I feel will even happen in the transitional period because they have to finish their their tenure or their 2-year or 3-year, whatever they have. And they could vote to reduce the 12-year timeline this spring. So that's a concern, at least for TOV. Do you want me to tell you my other question? I have one more, or do you want me to save it for later?
If it's not related to anything on the agenda, then you should say it now. Okay.
We have wrestled with the merge or not merge question for 70 years. 70 years. And I realize that you want to merge, but I personally feel it's just for financial reasons. And maybe that's why you're rushing to warn a merger plan without incorporating the public's input, specifically those in the town outside the village, but some village residents that want to separate. We have never discussed separation, and I would really like to see those numbers. Unfortunately, whenever I ask this, Sarah Macy is never at the meeting when I bring this up. So thank you.
Thank you. I see Lorraine Zaloom's hand up.
Hi, yes, thanks, Elaine. Just curious if anyone has an update on how we're doing unemployment-wise, how the businesses are doing. COVID, I understand that the food shelves are seeing more and more customers. So I'm just wondering where we are and if that could be a regular agenda item.
I don't have the unemployment figure for November at the moment. Evan, do you happen to know if that's been released yet? I don't think it has.
I do not, but the other question about the unemployment number, certainly, I'm not sure which ones we use, but it doesn't count the underemployed. So I'm just wondering what the best metric for measuring the health of our economy or our businesses is.
So you're right, the underemployed are not recorded. We use the figures that come from the Vermont Department of Labor, and so they update them on a regular basis. And I think that's a neat idea to have that as something that we can discuss on a regular schedule, so that we are kept up to date. I do know that it peaked around 13% in April, and it has fallen considerably since then. Evan, I don't know if you have any additional data.
Wasn't prepared for the question for tonight.
Right. So Lorraine, can we bring you this information at the next meeting? And if you want it sooner, we can email you with the data, as well as a link to where you can look that up as, on your own as well.
Yeah, do you know, well, I was hoping that as a town we had, because you had mentioned, I think it was Jim last time on the Economic Development Board. It sounded like the data that he was using, from what I understood him saying, like it wasn't complete yet for our town, or it wasn't quite understanding what he meant. So it would just like, I guess, next meeting or maybe an agenda item where it could be explained to us how it works, what the metrics are, how are we checking in with the health of our people here, and how can we help if they're needing help? How are we reaching people that aren't included, that are underemployed? Just that kind of assessment, because to me, that's really part of our job is in terms of governance and helping people out.
I think what you're referring to, Lorraine, if I remember correctly, Jim was talking about the EDC undertaking a census of businesses in Essex, and that's what's not complete right now. The EDC does not do any particular metrics regarding unemployment. We rely on the state for that. But I know that the EDC will continue pursuing the kind of information so that we have a really healthy picture of our businesses in the community. And, you know, I'm sure we've gotten some anecdotal information from businesses about how they're managing during the pandemic. But we don't have anything formal in terms of a data set that we can share.
So we don't, because I also thought we used the Vermont Business Association data bank too, for the EDC. So I was just wondering, so we just don't have a regular survey under COVID right now then for the health of our businesses?
No, we do not have a regular survey that goes out for our businesses. That is one thing we would really have liked to have established, but we have a wide selection and depth of employers. So
we do. Yeah, for sure. We do. But it just, I just am worried because I know people who work at food shelf, and the food shelf is getting bad. It's getting bad. So, and I expect it may get worse. And I would just like to know that we're being proactive and focused and prioritizing our economy here locally, so.
I think we're doing the best we can to do that, considering the constraints we're dealing with. And we're going to continue trying to help our businesses by accessing grant programs through the state that were provided to us through the Federal CARES Act funding. And there's going to be hopefully another round of financial support that we'll be able to tap into if once Congress approves the next recovery package. So we're trying to keep abreast of that and share that information with our businesses. I see that Brian Sheldon, who is a member of the EDC, has his hands up. Brian, do you want to share anything else that might help fill that picture in a little better? You're muted, Brian.
Hi, Lorraine, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak, Madam President. Yeah, Lorraine, I think what Jim was referring to is that Sam Anderson, who is a member of the CCRP, will often reiterate the state's unemployment numbers to us, and he was repeating that to you. So I think Elaine's strategy of getting that information from the Department of Labor would be less kind of a game of telephone, because that's like 4 steps away. She often tells us that she has the state data and sometimes the county data, but rarely town-specific unemployment data.
Okay,
Okay. Thanks, Lorraine.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, my screen just did something weird. Hang on. Okay. Thank you, Brian. And Pat, I'm sorry, you had your hand up and I just wanted to get to the audience members before we went back to the board. So go ahead, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one response, I think, to a number that Patty mentioned that is worth bringing up. Certainly the 9% number is of concern, but Essex being a golden district, I think doesn't really represent what our school district or the school board does. In fact, Essex for multiple years now has always come in multiple percentages below what the state estimates the average rise of percentage is going to be. In fact, the Essex or NEWSD is managed to, for again, multiple years, managed to come in so low that because of the size of our district that we drag that percentage number down for the rest of the state when it comes to averages. So using that 9% number, while certainly viable, it does not really represent the history of Essex and the educational system. And it's really important, I think, to do that because we know how important education is in EWSD, and the budget, especially in these difficult times, is extremely important and really matters a lot to me, at least. So I just make that notation.
Thanks, Pat. I would also want to correct that the select board is currently made up of 2 members who live in the village and 3 members who live in the town. So it is not dominated by village members. Okay, so thank you all. And let's move on to the first business item. Item 5A.
Well, I have my hand up, Elaine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Betsy. I didn't see that at all. Please go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 requests. We're going to start working on the budget in a week or so. And as a member of the BCA, and you are a member of the BCA, and Dawn is, and other people on the board, when we are having a presentation by a person who is requesting to have their fees or their penalties waived because of various reasons, we are handheld, we are shackled by the fact that in your budget, you have traditionally taken the money that we typically get in a year and appropriate that money into the budget in some way or form. And I would ask you, don't do that at all. Because what is the sense of us in having these meetings when people say, well, if we do that, then it's going to affect our budget. We've already applied that money that we would be getting for these things. I don't think it should be there at all, because we should be able to let those fees or the penalties go. They'll pay the money and they'll figure it out. But the fees and the penalties should be able to be waived. And we are being shackled by the way that budget is built, if that money is incorporated into it. The second thing I would ask is at the informational meetings, when we do have them for the merger, I would like to see us have a presentation of the pros by the select board and a presentation of the cons as well by one of the people on the group that we have that has got issues with what is happening. I think that it's only fair that the public hears both sides of the story at each of those meetings. That's what I would ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. If I could just point out I understand your frustration with the BCA process, and as a member of that board, I share your deep worry, because it's really hard to be on that board and face your neighbors and have to tell them they still have to pay their taxes in spite of hardship. But it's not the budget that limits us in those decisions. It's the very strict requirements of statute regarding how we're allowed to alleviate debt. And I'm sorry if you disagree with that, but I do know.
That's not what's said at the meetings. At the meetings, Pat Murray sat there and said, we have already had these monies are gone. So what's going to happen? We're going to be in the hole. And so if that's true, then we cannot do that. I'm not talking about the taxes themselves. I'm talking about penalties and fees. And I don't think that we should be relying on penalty or fees to be in the budget. That's wrong. What's the point of us doing it?
I appreciate that, Betsy. So thank you for clarifying that for me. Okay. Patty, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have to, the tail end of what I was saying, I was trying to be short, is I researched August 27, 2019 results from the KSV, the consultants that you hired. But even though we didn't have a vote to go to, you did not give us a vote to say, go ahead and have a starter discussion of merger again, like you did in January 2005. Well, I'll overlook that because there's nothing legally we can do about it. I want to say that many people, and I've quoted, I even have the page numbers if you like, I'm very good at research, that the KCV recommendations, when you started talking about this whole mess, included options that were suggested by groups but not listed in the material for evaluation. People that wanted to talk about separation, 3 wards between town and village, mostly town outside of village residents, KCV says, stated concern that consolidation has happened without public input or vote. I'm sorry, one person said from 8-3, but they merged a lot of things without our voting input. I'm very concerned about that. It seems very sketchy to me, says this resident. And this other resident said, expressed concern about their representation in the startup of these new merger talks. And my absolute favorite resident says it in a nutshell. It's their quote from 8-3. Where is the drive to keep merging? After we all voted no, it's like watching a bunch of kids that are told that they can't eat a cookie. And the cookie sits on the table and they grab a little bite. We said no, don't eat the cookie. But they grab a little piece and they grab another little piece. And sooner or later, that whole cookie is going to be gone. And they're going to say, well, you let us have the cookie. And we did not let you. We've been fighting since you started discussing and you don't listen. I'm sorry, but that's my piece.
Thank you, Patty. Okay, we are going to move on to business item 5A. Interview and potential
Hey,
appointment.
hang on. I think Irene has her hand up also.
Oh, why am I not seeing anyone's hands? I'm really sorry. My system is not showing me that. Go ahead, Irene.
Thank you. I have a couple of things. First of all, I just heard a select board member in the recent moments mention that 2 members of the board live in the village and 3 live in the town. Last I knew, all 5 of you lived in the town and were supposed to be representing all of us.
Yes.
So if your mindset is that you live in the village but not in the town, we need a little course correction, please. I'm concerned about a downtown Essex Junction Facebook page that has existed for years, but municipal staff took it over in recent memory. Now it says that it's the official page for the town and village, which I don't think is appropriate. The town is much bigger than its downtown. So if there needs to be an official Facebook page, would you please change the name? The public did not give permission for the municipal staff to take a village page and expand its reach to the entire town while still calling it a downtown page. And finally, I'd like to speak to something on the reading file. Is this the appropriate time or do I need to wait till later?
If it's on the reading file, you're going to need to wait till the reading file comes up on the agenda.
Thanks. Will do.
Okay, let's move on to business item 5A. Interview and potential appointment, Annie Cooper, Economic Development Commission. Annie, are you present?
I am. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you yet, but I'm sure you'll pop up on my screen eventually. So Annie, you are applying to be a member of the Essex Economic Development Commission. And Greg, if I'm correct, there are 2 openings at the moment?
That is correct. We also just got an email today from Jeff Benjamin, who's one of the current members, who had been appointed to an interim seat. Jeff is interested in becoming a more permanent member, so you'll see that in your near future. But yes, there are 2 seats open right now.
Okay. Okay, well, Annie, thank you for stepping forward as a volunteer for this position. And board members, do any of you have questions for Annie? And if I'm not calling on you, jump in because I don't know why, but I'm having trouble seeing hands.
Oh, I'll just go.
Thanks, Vince.
Hey, Annie, as a business owner, how do you think that your business owner experience is going to help you with the Economic Development Committee?
Oh, thank you, Vince, for your question. I think that as a business owner, I have a good sense of what I feel like I have a good sense of what it feels from all sides of a business, as a business owner, as a resident, as a consumer of other Essex businesses, and I feel confident in my reach to the people who come to swim with me. My business is Swim with Annie, and I also feel that my ability to grow my business in the past, I don't know, 11.5 years has been a really great ride, and I have been very, very fortunate that the relationships that I make and retain have fared me very well. I've never really had to market my business. It's been word of mouth, and I feel like my understanding of how to grow that here in this region has given me some confidence and some insight into what can be successful, what that looks like, what that feels like, and how to have conversations on multiple levels with businesses and residents and consumers.
Thank you, Annie. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the question.
Any other board members with questions?
I do. Andy, good to see you. Could you tell me a little bit more about your experience with the most recent events that we've had? Because I've heard, honestly, some pretty rave reviews from people about how helpful you were during that process. I'm wondering if that had some impact on you wanting to apply to EDC. If you'd like to share a little bit about your experience with that, I'd love to hear it.
I really appreciate that, Pat, because that's exactly what I was hoping to speak to, actually. So we did not plan this or anything, but it's a great question. So I was so fortunate to be involved in the Out and About in Essex situation that stemmed from Robin Pierce's original idea of open and outside in August, and being part of both of those things literally saved my soul during the pandemic. Like I can't speak enough to what it felt like to go out and see fellow residents and businesses. It was just such a really heartwarming experience, and staff was so kind to me. And so Tammy Getchell built an extraordinary piece into Civic Plus that allowed for businesses to enroll in the program, in the Out and About program. So Tammy put a great deal of thought and energy into her concept of what Out and About should be. And then she kind of came with this master plan and organized this enrollment process. And then we were trying to find a list, right, of businesses. And it was a little frustrating to find the list, but also it's hard because we have a lot of businesses that are not visible to the eye and they're hard to get to. And it's hard to understand who all our businesses were. So because of Tammy's genius idea of how she did it, I became wildly diligent in how we got that communication, because I wanted to make sure that if we ever needed a list again, we would have it. And so I was like a maniac. I was like putting all the information into the spreadsheet that Brad Luck had created in for the Out and About. And that spreadsheet was like a mother lode. And that spreadsheet has got such beautiful information. And so my ability to understand how Tammy was using Civics Plus and my work with Awiso and Jim and Robin was just so beautiful. And with the other departments that we're working in, with Linda Mans and Evan and Allie and Brad and Rick and everybody, it was just amazing. I skipped the public works.
Rick
and Dennis, and they were all so great. And so my understanding of what we need to have as a master document to contact the businesses, that's what Jim was speaking to, and that's the document that Jim was speaking of at the last meeting. And that conversation made me look at the Economic Development Commission and think, oh, I want to be in on that. And I saw there was a seat. And so that night during the meeting, I started to fill out the application. And the Out and About in Essex experience really helped me understand the human pieces of our Essex businesses, our residents, our musicians, our consumers, and all the things that Lorraine was speaking to before. It's the most exciting stuff I can imagine, how to help Essex thrive inside itself. I mean, it's just amazing, right? Because if we thrive inside of ourselves, then we draw other people toward us, you know? And I have this like vision of like, imagine if we needed a tourism department, you know? I mean, I'm being silly, but like the idea of helping Essex thrive from inside itself and having the ability to contact all the businesses and reach out and do the kind of things that Lorraine is talking about, and the ideas that Robin and Owiso had and Jim had, and the format that Tammy developed, and the work that Linda and Tammy and Evan and Allie and Brad and everyone was doing. It was just a beautiful experience, and I want very much to be a part of something so exciting. I'm sorry I talk so much.
No, don't apologize. That's what we're looking for.
Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, we often will allow the candidate to speak before we ask questions. I just was wondering if there's more that Annie wanted to say that wasn't already covered by one of the questions.
Andy, if I could hug you right now, I would. That's exactly true. I do have one more thing I want to say. Thank you for that invitation. So the mission of the commission is to serve as an advisory resource to relevant staff departments, town commissions and committees, and to the governing board of the Essex community concerning an understanding of the state of the existing businesses community and its contribution to the vitality and future of Essex, an appreciation for the impact of emerging issues, trends, and state or municipal policies on both current and prospective business development, and the importance of nurturing proactive programs, policies, and procedures that position Essex as a preferred municipality in the state of Vermont in which to do business. I can't read you any more exciting words. Like, I'm just down for this. I first moved here in 1996, and I had a 2-month-old who was premature by 9 weeks, who weighed like, I don't even know, 7 pounds when we got here. We moved from New Mexico, and I had an 18-month-old, and I knew nobody. And so the first people I started to meet were business owners, and we didn't have much money. So at Caval's, remember Caval's Coffee over there in the every day I would go in there and get one muffin to split with myself and my oldest son. One muffin. They let me come in every day and eat one muffin. And they made me like their family, the Caval's. And so the Caval's were my first friend. And so that business helped me become comfortable in my community. Then I would go to McDonald's sometimes if I had enough money to get a Diet Coke, you know, as like a thing. And then Emmy over at McDonald's at the drive-thru became my second friend. And then the staff at Hannaford became my next friends. And then as Essex Cinemas got built, they became my next friends. And so my relevance to Essex, my ability to be a person here, to be seen, began with businesses. Because the people that own them and run them and work at them welcomed me. And to be alone and have 2 small children, that was a really big impact. And so for me, that's where my passion for Essex began. And as it grew and I met people and I know people and all of those things reach out, I still have that connectivity. And that, to me, that's like a full circle, and I'm so grateful. So that's the things I wanted to say. And thank you, Andy, for that opportunity.
Annie, I have a question for you. Can you tell me, or tell all of us, what are some ideas you have that you would bring to the EDC that you might want to see happen?
Thank you, Elaine, for that. The first thing I would like to do is get that list. I want to beef up that contact list. I want to find all the businesses and reach out to all of them, communicate to all of them. I want to be thorough. My perfectionism is at its best in this regard. I want us to know who all the businesses are. So then when we have an event, our master list is so thorough that we get everyone. And then I want us to have those relationships that Owiso and Jim and Robin start to have, and also already have. Those relationships are so beautiful. Like when Robin goes to talk to somebody at a business where he's comfortable and confident, and Owiso does the same. Like those relationships are so valuable to us that we can have a back and forth relationship. And so I want that contact list first and foremost done, and I will do that at 100 miles an hour because I just really want that complete. And then I think that the commission's already doing such great work on the things that they are working on that I would like to join into that stuff. I think that really the most important thing right now is similar to what Lorraine is speaking of. How do we help the businesses thrive? And I have a lot of really exciting thoughts about that I would like to share with the commission. And I know Jeff and I know Brian, and I met Boutour, am I saying? I don't know if I'm saying it. I met him briefly at the Out and About in Essex thing, and it was really fun to meet him. And I know Greg, and so I feel confident and comfortable with the people that are already within the commission. And I think that we can. I think that my own understanding of our Essex businesses, and my own understanding of our Essex residents, and my own understanding of how that connectivity already works is going to bring a kind of a rhythm and a flow to the EDC that can push outward. And I would like to really have the EDC push these things even more than they already do. I'm a huge fan of being a catalyst. I'm not really answering you, Elaine. I feel like I'm talking in circles. I'm not being clear, but I'm excited about it.
No, that's totally fine, Annie. Board members, do you have any other questions?
I do.
Andy, did you put your hand back up?
I don't see my hand up on my end.
Wow, okay.
Dawn's hand is up though.
Dawn's hand is up. Okay, go ahead, Dawn.
Given, Annie, that you're such a vocal supporter of businesses and development in the village, do you feel if you're appointed to this board, you can be equally enthusiastic about businesses that want to develop within the town center?
That's a great question, Dawn. And yes, I do. I already work very harmoniously with all the businesses up in the, not all, but the businesses up outside of the village in the town. I work with Peter Edelman a lot. I work with Ron Hunt up at Essex Experience. I'm in a relationship with, not in a relationship, I'm in a friendly conversation relationship with Phoenix Books. I don't think you can be in a relationship with a bookstore, but some of us try, right?
Oh, it's totally possible.
Essex Cinemas and I have got a long-standing relationship. Hoagies and I have a huge passion for one another. I really don't feel confident that I'm a unlimited relationship maker in all of Essex, and that it's not focused in the Junction. But I appreciate the question. I hope I answered it enough. Thank you for asking it.
Anybody else, board members? Okay, I have a request from Betsy, who has a question about the position itself. With your permission, I'll go ahead and have Betsy ask that question.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Jane. So when I was looking at the memorandum today about this position, about the two positions, it says that it hasn't been yet advertised. And I am not opposed to Ann Cooper having a position, but I am opposed to having a position taken today when there has been no advertisement that there may be other people who would be interested in one of these two positions. So I'm just saying that, that's all. Not opposed to Annie. I just am concerned that we would possibly close off any opportunity for new people to get involved in this process. That's all.
I appreciate that, Betsy. I do know that the position has been posted on the town website for a little while.
Yeah.
So, and Greg, would you like to elaborate?
Sure, Betsy. The memo it's referring to the two seats that are open on the Economic Development Commission. One of them has been advertised since June. The other one just opened up recently, and that one has not yet been
So the one, Betsy, I don't mean to be so bold, but Betsy, the one that I applied for is because during the last meeting that you and I were both attendees at, the last select board meeting, I saw on the website for the EDC that the position was available. And that's how I knew about it, just by looking during the meeting.
Got it.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Greg. Okay, so we often have the opportunity to, oh, sorry, Evan, go ahead.
Just so that you know, we have a select board policy that we leave open positions for committees up 30 days. This has been open for well over 30 days for the one open position. So we do have a policy that we keep positions open. They have to be, we advertise them, we post them, and this has been up there, as Greg said, for many weeks.
Thanks.
That's all I had.
So we generally, sometimes we have the option to appoint right after an interview. Sometimes we do go into executive session to do this. I think for this particular one, we're going to go into executive session at the end of the meeting to discuss. So Annie, thank you for answering our questions. Is there anything else you want to add before we move on?
No, I trust you all, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks for volunteering. Okay. So
Thank you, Annie.
as I said, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to thank Annie.
As I said, we will take care of an executive session later on in this meeting. And also, I wanted to let Lorraine know that I popped into the Department of Labor's website a few minutes ago. The Essex October unemployment rate is 2.0%, and the state of Vermont October was 3.2%. November's numbers aren't posted yet, so that's just an update. Okay, next item. Business item 5B, presentation from Winooski Valley Park District. Who will be our guest from the Winooski Valley Park District tonight?
Nick Warner, and we're also joined by Lauren Cicotti, who is our operations manager, and by Jeffrey Tice, who is our new trustee from the town of Essex. So we're thrilled to have Jeff on board.
Hello, Nick, and I'm Lauren and Jeff. Welcome all of you. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I will keep it short because I know you have a lot on your agenda. So for those less familiar with us, we are a hybrid nonprofit municipal corporation serving 7 member towns in Chittenden County, and we have about 1,750 acres under management and 19 properties. All of our properties are managed for conservation, and all of them have some kind of permanent protection on them, so that it's properties we take on are properties that are going to stay wild forever. And we manage them for ecological health and recreation. And we've been around since 1970. And Essex has been a great partner for us for many years. And I'm just going to give you, if it's okay, just a quick summary of how our year went. And just make sure everyone's got the documents I sent along, because I gave you a lot of detail. You should have documents on our current and past budget and what we're asking from the town and so forth. So we can morph into that, but I just thought I'd give you a quick update, which is what I typically like to do every year. Is that okay? All right.
Absolutely.
And Jeff and Lauren, please jump in at any time, okay? So as you know, this has been a different year for all of us. When actually immediately pre-COVID, we were in the midst of doing some reorganizing around our priorities, in that we felt that even though we had run a successful camp program for 5 years, fully subscribed with a waiting list, that we were finding ourselves kind of overwhelmed in terms of staffing it and the wear and tear on the facilities and so forth. And we started to move to a different model, and then COVID hit. And so we find ourselves all of a sudden, like I'm sure you experienced at your parks, at day one of the stay-at-home order, we were inundated with people. Just, 100 cars at Colchester Pond, Woodside was jammed, Ethan Allen Homestead was jammed. So we figured out pretty quickly a couple things. First of all, that we needed to behave like a municipality. We did not hire our seasonal workers because we were unsure about what the future was going to bring financially. So our park superintendent, Tim Larned, and his assistant, Remy Kretzall, basically have done all the maintenance and mowing this year, which is astonishing. We also realized that we needed to be an excellent host, and that we really needed to be on top of all the protocols around COVID, just like everyone else. So adjusting to the circumstances, staying in close touch with the towns to see what might be coming down the pike, and being supportive of our partners. We are We have a close partnership with the Ethan Allen Homestead Museum. They're actually a tenant of ours. The Forest Preschool leases from us. The Association of Africans Living in Vermont have a large farming program. We also have a number of programs in community gardening. So there were this whole thing has been a series of small decisions made on a daily basis. So the big decisions were we wanted to be a better host. We wanted to really focus on our assets and safety under COVID and to do a good job of keeping our parks going for the summer. We feel it's been a really good year from that aspect. A bunch of things happened. The Forest Preschool has expanded in our facility, which means more income. We were able to bring in a number of grants to support both the museum and Forest Preschool during the shutdown, that 6-week period of time when everyone was pretty much shut down. We have never really shut down. We just kept going. Although I worked remotely, Tim works at the office, Lauren works at home, and Remy works out of his house, but he does maintenance mostly. So we've figured out as we've gone along. And all while this is happening, we are developing a new park. We just actually put the final touches on it. Durway Cove at the mouth of the Winooski River. We just did final work on that. And that'll be fully open in the springtime. We are working with the town of Williston on a parcel called the Jacob parcel, which we may take ownership of sometime this spring. So that's been a 2 or 3 year process putting that together. We got an extra 10 acres donated to us to add on to Colchester Pond. And in return, we got an enhanced access road. We may be able to put in a second entrance at Colchester Pond off East Road at some point. So all those things have still gone on. We've had some great support from VHCB to hire a consultant to help us navigate this period of time. And I think I've said this at every meeting, but just really an unanticipated positive of this is all the relationships and statewide joining of effort that has gone on over the last 6 months in terms of the regular contact with people trying to share their practices and to make sure everyone knows about funding sources and everything. So that's been in many ways, our world has gotten bigger from this. We have been able to conduct some contracted work, which has become an important part of our income. We weren't sure at the beginning of the summer if we were going to have the time. This is work that is done on parks that we don't own, and we're able to give a pretty good bargain to towns that want us to do additional work. And the town of Williston had us do some work this year. We posted some properties, replaced a bridge. Specifically to Essex, down at Woodside, we worked with the Champlain Water District on replacing a bridge down there. Then just did tons of maintenance because of the heavy use of that area. I think something to look out for in a positive way is the work that St. Michael's has been doing on the adjacent. They have a 300-acre property that is adjacent, that is both in Colchester and Essex, which they are really converting into a natural area. So we've been working with St. Michael's on and off, and that's something that's going to be interesting. We're also curious about what's going to happen with Woodside, as everyone is. What's going to happen with that building in the grounds, and whether we could work with the state to establish some additional parking and make the entrance work better in the future. And then our board, of course, now we have Jeff on the board after Tom Malinowski left for Florida. So he's been getting up to speed, and specifically he's going to help us work on a number of things, including an effort called the Alno-Biwi, which is a joining of the 4 Abnaki major tribes in Vermont. They're developing a cultural center at the Ethan Allen Homestead Museum. So that's been a whole new element of things, which has been hugely positive. And our board has been very proactive. We've been trying to anticipate things with COVID. I think you'll see that our budget for fiscal year 22 is pretty conservative. We're trying to be responsive. I've been in touch with the various town managers, assistant managers, a couple times over the summer to find out, what the appropriate thing for us to do was. And the two things I heard was, be conservative for next fiscal year and sort of mimic what's going on with our member towns in terms of holding off on hiring the seasonals. We'd like to hire them back next year because it's not a sustainable model, but it worked for us this year. I think you'll notice in our numbers, and this is the question I've gotten in every meeting, is we're asking you for a little more money, not a heck of a lot more, about $2,000 more for your annual fees in 2022. But overall, our budget has gone down 4%. The reason for that is that we have taken the program income out of the operating because we're no longer running the 8-week booked solid summer camp that we were running. The flip side of that is already the new model that we are working with, which is focused more on having our existing staff, such as Lauren, who has been our programs director, is now our operations manager. She's taken over the bookkeeping. She's doing a lot more with grant writing. We are shifting into much more of a traditional park agency model in terms of how we're operating. We're focusing on doing 2 or 3 things really well. Although I got to say the camp was great. It just was too much for us to maintain over time. And that space, to be clear, has been filled by Forest Preschool that is now paying us a newly renegotiated lease. So that the model, ironically, COVID actually kind of accelerated the model that we were already putting into place. So we find ourselves actually in pretty darn good shape relative to what our concerns were when this whole thing hit. The new park usage, I think, is forever. I think we have an astonishing increase of use of the outdoors that hopefully, knock on wood, is going to continue. And especially, I think this winter, we're going to see a lot of people outdoors. We're going to make sure that we're ready for that. And we totally recognize the importance of the assets that we are managing right now, what it means to people during the COVID crisis. So I'll stop there. I could go on, but I just want to give you a quick overview of the year and field any questions or concerns you guys might have.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Board members, do you have any questions for Nick? Okay. Well, Nick, I have a couple questions. Can you describe? Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. Go ahead.
Andy's got his hand up. I can see Andy.
I see that now. Go ahead.
Hi, Andy.
Hi, Nick. Good to see you. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you last year, and you gave a pretty adequate response last year. I'm hoping you do again. But I was actually stopped over to Woodside today.
Yep.
And I wandered down to what's called your canoe access. My concern with that is it's a 1/4 mile hike from the parking lot to the canoe access, and it's a pretty narrow and steep entryway into the water there. Just wondering if there's I brought this concern up to town staff as well, is that our entire southern border is the Winooski River, but we have no access to it. And so just wondering if you have any plans or any hopes to put in either to improve the Woodside canoe access there or look somewhere else. I know you're focusing last year on Durway Cove, and it's an excellent. I've been by there, and it's beautiful.
Yes. So that was my answer last year.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be cute about it. I mean, bringing cars into that park would be a massive shift. It would take a couple things. I would need to, the land was transferred to us through some kind of federal program it's actually a relic of Camp Johnson. And so I don't know what our stipulations are in terms of management, whether we're allowed to make that kind of change. Sometimes we have a conservation easement, for instance, Nature Conservancy down at Durway Cove, and Lake Champlain Land Trust would have something to say about it. That would be the first step. The second thing would be, I would just be concerned about parking and maintenance and security. Isn't to say they can't be done. We were in constant change in our park assets, so that I guess I didn't really focus enough on the fact that you really have no access within the town except for that location. Is that the only opportunity?
Well, I believe there might be another one near Global Foundries. I'm not sure who owns or maintains that. And there's a portage that goes around the power dam, supposedly, but again, I don't know who maintains that. And I've never seen it posted in any of our park information, so I don't believe it's a town or village park, but so.
Well, you have me intrigued, so I'm going to follow up on this and see what, and you and I can follow up directly on that, because I'm intrigued to see what the possibilities are. You and I probably remember what it used to be like before we owned it, and you could pretty much do anything you wanted down there back when it was 68 acres. So I think maybe initially the town was probably grateful that we pulled cars away from the river's edge.
Right.
But now things have changed, and maybe it's something that could be effectively managed. I'm also, I didn't mean to, what happens with the Woodside facility has a huge impact. Back when Ken Schatz was commissioner, he's someone I worked with before, and I approached him on it and said, if you guys do a rebuild, can we have some extra parking? He said, oh yes, absolutely. So, and a real goal for me initially is to do a much better job of managing the entrance of that park, because it's kind of horrible right now. You park on a hill, and if you're lucky, and with St. Michael's developing a trail right next door, all of a sudden the demand on that area is going to increase. But I would like to follow up with you directly on that. I'm glad you brought that point again. I'm going to pull the files and see what we're allowed to do to start with, see if there's any kind of easement or directive, which, since it's a federal transfer, is probably less restrictive than others. So I'd be happy to look at that. The road is there already.
Right.
It's the transition from the road into the river's a little bit of a challenge, but the road is there already. So I will follow up on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Any other questions from board members? Nick, I was wondering if you could give some examples of what your fee for service options are that other towns have taken. You talked about a bridge in Williston.
Sure. So our crew, this is led by Tim Larned, who's our park superintendent. It's a very simple model. We take our hourly wages in FICA, and we do a 50% addition on top of that. It's just a flat extra fee. And we don't do markups on any materials, and we charge mileage. And we're able to do work for the towns pretty quickly on a turnaround basis, because they don't have to go out to bid, because we're a fellow municipality. So it's from a business standpoint, first of all, we're not really competing with anyone when we do it. And second of all, there's a lot of flexibility in how it works. We have a standard contract. So far we've done it for the city of Winooski and for the town of Williston. And it works great for all of us. And initially this was with South Burlington. That was our first contract. They didn't use this summer just because they had such a massive upheaval in their park system with COVID and their staffing, and it just wasn't the year for us to do it. But last year we did quite a bit at Wheeler Park and at Red Rocks, actually over the last couple of years. It's a great model for all of us, because we're able to bring expertise, the liability issues. We have the same insurance carrier. The paperwork is simple. It's best for discrete projects. It's less good for regular trail maintenance. It's better for us to build a bridge or a punch in, or to do some kind of repair work, because that's a more finite period of time, which Tim can get his hands around. We have talked about doing more of a maintenance role, but that really pulls him off. All he needs is a couple trees that are blown down, and that's his day is gone. So he needs flexibility. So it's a balance between how much time he and Remy have to work on it, and what the workload is.
That's great. I didn't know you did that, and that's a really useful option for towns.
Yes,
convenient. Yeah,
it's been great. I give a lot of credit to both Kevin Dorn and Tom Hubbard to help me come up with it. When it was really a brainstorm between us that we first came up with the contract, and we're hoping to increase it substantially this year again.
Okay. And Nick, do you have any particular grant plans for FY22?
Yes, we're looking at a potential VHCB grant. Well, first of all, let me back up a little bit. We have a couple that are current. We have one through the Lake Champlain Basin Program, an education grant, which we were actually reprogramming because everything we were planning to do was not really COVID compliant. So we're reprogramming that. We got a small grant from REI. We also got a small grant from the Outdoor Gear Exchange, which we're using to rebuild the bridge at the front of Ethan Allen Park. And we've gotten grants through the Paycheck Protection Program and through the state child care support for our tenants. And there's been a couple of other grants under the CARES program, smaller pieces that we've also gotten. We've done the whole bit with indoor air purification, with upgrades to our system. I mean, not the whole bit, but we've done quite a bit to make things more COVID compliant. There's a piece of property in Colchester that we may or may not be able to purchase to add on to McCrae Park. And if we do that, we would ask VHCB for funds. We had thought about doing LWCF, but it was just, the timing wasn't right. And it's just, we weren't ready to go after that money. Then there's a whole separate piece, which is the Ethan Allen Homestead Museum and Colchester Pond Farmhouse and Barn, where we have a capital goal that is a lot larger. And we are talking with the congressional delegation and with a philanthropist about that. That's almost like a separate project. That's like a very project-specific fundraising component. And then there's tons of, it's an interesting time right now because there's actually a lot of generosity out there. And in places you may not expect to find it, there's a lot more wiggle room and scopes of work and so forth. So we're keeping our eye out for grants. We jealously protect our cash reserves. We have a couple $100,000 that we just try keep as it is. So when we do capital projects, we typically do with other people's money, with grants or philanthropy or partnering. So, yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And my last question is for Jeff. Anything you'd like to share with us about your experience on the board, or any questions for us regarding your representation of Essex? And also thank you for stepping forward and being our representative, Jeff.
Well, you're welcome. It's been my pleasure. It hasn't been very long, so I'm very much in the learning curve. But as you know, I had some familiarity with the Parks District, and those positive impressions have just really been confirmed. I'm really impressed with what Nick and his very small staff. I've been very impressed with the scope of what they are able to do. And some of the, as you might imagine, in our role as board members, we had a long discussion about the budgeting and the budget process, many different points of view represented there, and knowing what we could reasonably want to ask the various municipalities and being realistic, which, again, Nick and Lauren were already completely attuned to that, so they didn't necessarily need a lot of board input on that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, the sustainability. We don't need to get into it now, but even within the board, like Nick was talking about the fee-for-service structure, and I'm really impressed with what that staff of two have been able to do, and I wonder in the long term how sustainable that is, particularly with the absence of the seasonal staff. Again, I have an HR background, and I so familiar, a lot of familiarity with staffing and seasonal work, and I know what an impact that has, and questions about its sustainability. But no, it's been a pleasure. It's a great organization.
Well, Jeff, thank you for being our representative, and Nick and Lauren, thank you for your work on our behalf. And unless there aren't any other questions from the board, I want to thank you for presenting to us tonight and for stewarding our funds towards making sure we have excellent parks.
Thanks for your support. Really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. All right, thank you.
Take care.
Okay, so our next business item is 5C, discussion of draft merger charter relating to appointing versus electing a moderator. And Greg, can I ask you to just summarize what this particular decision is?
Absolutely. So the merger charter, the select board had discussed quite a bit, as you all know, and had gotten pretty close to, I think, finalizing it, although I'll leave that decision to you. It sounded like the one last remaining item was whether or not to appoint or elect a moderator, particularly as the,
What are we talking about?
particularly as we are moving to a informational town meeting. And so the recommendation from Dan Richardson from staff is to have the moderator be appointed. That's what is in the charter right now. There's a few sections 103, 402, and 501B that reference the moderator and the select board appointing the moderator. That's basically it. Obviously, the board can discuss other things on the merger as much as merger charter if they want. But the question about moderator was the last outstanding one that staff was aware of at this point.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. So board members, do you have any questions or comments on this particular decision? Sounds like we might need to remove someone from the meeting there, Greg.
That's what I'm doing. All done.
Thank you. Andy.
I guess just to make sure we're clear here, can you hear me? My video seems to be frozen, but
We can hear you, but you are frozen.
I am not moving. Huh?
You have a very shocked look on your face.
You look like there's a spider on your computer.
I guess just to be clear, this would be for a meeting in the future where after the charter has been approved, and so I'm not asking a question. I'm just making sure we have this clear that we have currently already elected a moderator for this coming town meeting, and at the town meeting this coming year, we will have to elect another moderator potentially for the following meeting, and then we have to have the discussion whether or not that election stands if the charter gets approved, at that point. Is that? Maybe I am asking a question.
No, I think you're right, Andy. And I think the moderator would also be like, if we elect another moderator this coming town meeting for 2022, and then merger passes, then that person would still be the moderator for the first new town meeting, and then the select board would appoint going forward after that.
That's actually, I'm trying to pull it up and I'm having a little bit of trouble getting it on the screen. But section 103, let me try one more time so I can show everyone as I read it. Section 103, which is in the transitional phase, talks about the first annual town meeting will be jointly warned by the interim governing body, and the interim governing body shall appoint a moderator to run the informational meeting. So I think Andy's correct that we'll still have a moderator election at this coming town meeting. My recommendation would be if the interim governing body, if the merger passes, appoint the person who is elected for that year.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. That's what I assumed, and I agree that it would probably be appropriate to appoint whoever gets elected to that position for that first meeting. Yep. All right. Great. Thank you. And so I guess just to be clear, you've already changed the language. The language has already been changed in here to go to being appointed.
It was in there. I can't remember quite at what iteration the appointed moderator was decided, but that's what the language is for right now. And
okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Vince or Dawn or Pat, any questions or comments?
I have no questions or comments about this.
Thanks. Okay. Dawn is shaking her head. Pat's shaking his head. Okay. So
I squashed the spider so I don't look so scared anymore.
Okay. Okay, so we have consensus on that one, Greg. So we can move on to 5D, decision to place the plan of merger for the town of Essex and village of Essex Junction on the March 2nd, 2021 town meeting ballot. So this is basically just to authorize the staff to move forward and prepare the ballot for March 2nd, 2021. Any questions or comments on this regarding from the board about this? Andy?
I know nobody's going to want to hear this, but I still have questions about the districts. Kind of accentuated by the document that's in the reading file in response to the request for additional financials. I'm very confused about, and I think there are others, even on staff, that are confused about how the sidewalk district is going to be funded. The response, the document that's in the reading file says that it's going to be a flat number for 12 years into just, and you know, there was a proposal. I know it was originally proposed that there was going to be $120,000 or $120,000, which is about approximately what it takes to do sidewalk plowing and maintenance today, and it was just going to be remain flat for the 12 years. And it's my understanding that Dan Richardson advised us that it would need to be done at actual cost, not at a fixed rate. The other thing that concerns me is the additional email response that I got later in the day today. Said that the funds to support that were for one FTE and the capital transfer, but the charter specifically says that it does not include capital, and so it seems to be very confused as to how that's going to be funded. The responses I've gotten, they've gotten 3 different responses from staff just today. One saying that it's going to be a flat rate, one saying that it can't be a flat rate, the other saying that it's going to have capital included when the charter says it explicitly says it does not. So I think we need to have more discussion about how we're funding and make sure we understand what we're doing, because it's not clear to me.
So Evan, I believe that you had sent a response regarding Andy's questions today, and then so I think it might be most helpful if you could address that concern.
So if we were talking about the sidewalk district, as I understand it, the sidewalk district just covers the cost of the service in the village for doing that service above and beyond. It's roughly $125,000. We can, over a 12-year period, that cost will go up slightly by the cost of the employees doing the work and their contract. Other than that, there are no changes in cost. So I would have to confer with Dan Richardson what his legal interpretation is, but he has had no problem with this as it's been written since the day it was put in the document that I'm aware of.
But the document doesn't say how it's funded, though. And
why you cut the pen? Why you do that?
When we had the discussion with him, he said it had to be at cost. That's what I remember.
Mm-hmm.
We'd have to go look. I'd have to go look to see if it's actually documented anywhere, whether he said that or not. And my other concern is we have another agenda item that talks about village capital, and if we're including village capital in the transitional sidewalk district as well, we either got to change the language to take that reference out, or we got to change the next topic we're going to talk about, because some of that capital will have been moved to that potentially move to that district. So it just seems like we're not clean on what we're doing.
It seems pretty clear that the charter says that it'll be for costs not including capital, and that Dan has reviewed that and he's okay with that. And so I'm sure that the formula that we calculate, my apologies to everyone who's listening. We have a Zoom bomber who is interrupting our meeting. That's what that weird noise is. And thank you, Greg, for staying on top of it and booting them out whenever they show up. Sorry, we have to deal with that. We are, sorry, they threw me off. The sidewalk district, as I said, not for capital repairs, it's for snow removal and routine maintenance. And Dan that's been in there since the beginning, and Dan is okay with that. And I'm sure what we need to do is just confirm amongst the staff that that is what we're going to be doing. Evan, you look like you're going to say something.
Yeah, so you established the district in the year one. You established the budget for said district. And then if the law requires that you do it by actual cost, then you would probably look at what the cost is changed from year one to year two for the employees and the materials to do that work. The average increase is somewhere in labor about 3% in benefits. So since that part of the budget is about half, you'd be looking at about $1,800 to $2,000 a year. We can work it out through legal as to what the mechanism is. This is all so.
Yeah. And then, yes, Andy, the fact that the next business item does address the village highway budget and would address that, it would change the numbers the slightest bit. So we would just have to update our figures for merger once we make our decisions regarding the budget.
Apologies, this is Pat. I'm just cutting in. Greg, I set the chat so that attendees cannot unmute themselves. That's just a temporary thing that we can do, but it will stop the people who keep coming in from being able to interrupt. I mean, we'll have to manually unmute people when they want to speak who are not attendees, and it does not impact the presenters. But just wanted to give a heads up to what I did so that you weren't confused.
Thank you, Pat. And we'll go back to setting up a waiting room in the future. Hadn't had this issue until tonight and recently with the Planning Commission. So we will adjust. Sorry for the problems.
So I still, I'll go to another point that I have made in a different email end of last week was, I don't think the trouble's worth the $2 it saves. I mean, it makes a difference that the sidewalk district makes a difference of $2 to a $280,000 average house and their taxes. And the last email I got on this topic from staff said that if it's not a flat line, it's too much trouble. So I'm, given all the concern we've had about about workload, I'm no longer there that these districts are worth the aggravation of putting them in place. And I still don't think we understand what's going in them or how they're going to be funded.
Pat, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I was going to speak maybe more generally on just putting this on the ballot itself. I don't have as much concern with the specifics. The districts themselves are part of a larger, I think, concern that was brought up about trying to reduce the amount of, tax increase for TOV residents. Which when parceled together, it was just part of a conversation over a period of time, a number of years. I think where I'd kind of want to focus a little bit more today, it's about things that I've, certainly heard at these meetings about us doing this or as a board proceeding with merger, even though individuals or members of the town say that they voted against it. I think very philosophically, I can say that when I ran for a seat on the select board, I was very vocal when I said that I was pro-merger and that I would seek out a merger of the town and the village itself. And that's, I think, the point of elections themselves. I think that we, the select board and represents the voting populace who puts them there. So when people come and they say, we have told you time and again that we don't want this to go through. I mean, we as board members are here because, at least depending on the results of this vote tonight, I think it's a very good thing for Essex. I think it's a very important thing for Essex, this merger. It will help heal some divisions that are there, and I want us to move forward with this. So representative-wise, I think that the town has repeatedly voted individuals to the select board who are pro-merger or are at least willing to explore that possibility to the point where we've gotten where we are tonight. We were considering putting it on the ballot in March. I think it's an important point and one that maybe quite often gets missed when we're hearing people come and talking about concerns that they have, that the voting populace has put select board members in place who very likely are pro-merger. And that's why this topic comes up, and that's why we are where we are tonight.
Thank you, Pat. Anybody, Vince or Dawn?
Yeah, I'd just kind of like to echo part of what Pat said, and that I came into this with this process ongoing, and it's not for any of us at this juncture to decide whether merger, and when I say us, the select board, to decide whether merger or merger shouldn't go on the ballot, although we do have to vote on it. I feel that, this is the road we've started down. We've put a lot of work into this, and it's time that we all saw the fruit of that labor, bad or good, so that it goes in front of the voters and they have their choice. It's not really about our choice. This is about the voters' choice, the people of Essex. And yeah, that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you, Vince. Dawn, did you have anything you wanted to say? Please go ahead. You're muted.
Still muted.
Yeah.
It says you don't have a microphone.
Yeah. Hang on.
I think that was Pat's fix. I'm just trying to.
Thank you. Patrick shut me off. Okay.
Oh, right.
Not intentionally.
I know, that's all right. I have to say that up until this weekend, I wasn't going to speak against putting this on the ballot. I've had objections all along, and I've made no secret of it. I'm opposed to these separate tax districts. It's not a complete merger. But I wasn't going to oppose putting it on the ballot until this weekend. I heard from over 30 people between emails and phone calls that are asking us not to do this until COVID goes away. I just wanted to share that with you.
Thanks, Dawn. Pat?
Oh, sorry, that's a leftover hand.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I completely understand that, and I've gotten 1 or 2 emails from residents with that concern. And I will say that, we were requested by the trustees to put this on the ballot in November, which meant that we would have had to have had it done by like the end of September or August. And we weren't ready. We weren't there. And so we took the risk and we waited so that we could do more research, we could have more public input. And at that time, COVID happened. It was in process and we were dealing with it, and we're still dealing with it, and it's going to be happening long into the spring, even if we do get vaccinated. So while I completely respect the worry that some folks have that COVID is a concern and it's a distraction and it's making all of us tighten our belts and be concerned for our health and for our local economy. I get that. I understand completely. We have been at this particular process for well over 2 years now, and COVID was happening when we started talking about putting it on the ballot, and COVID is still happening now. So with respect, I just think we need to continue moving forward. This is what we've pledged to do, and we need to do it. And I really appreciate Vince's opinion regarding this is technically not our decision about merger. It's the voters' decision. And so we need to put the process in place to get it to the voters. We have done everything we possibly can. We have not been able to make a perfect charter. We will never be able to make a perfect charter. And I really am not in favor of making the perfect the enemy of the good. I think we have an excellent charter. We've done more work on this charter than any of the previous select boards have tried on any previous merger or separation, whatever happened in the past 60 or 70 years. This process has had more thought and more expertise and more public input into it than any other attempt at any other initiative in this town's history. And I think everyone deserves a lot of credit for that. And I'd like to put it to the voters and have our staff move forward. Andy?
So can we clarify what question we're trying to answer here? Because the recommended language for the motion doesn't say that we're warning it.
Right.
So I'm just, can we clarify what we're
I think what our question, the question we need to answer is, and the motion is in the bottom of the memo, that the select board commit to including the question on the March ballot, which would just say, yes, we want this to be on the ballot. And staff, please go ahead and start taking the steps necessary to make that happen. And thank you, Greg, for putting that up there. So, board members, any other questions or comments?
There's a lot of people in the public with their hands up. I don't know if we should hear from them or not.
I'm perfectly fine with doing that before we have a motion on the table, but I want to make sure that the board members have had a full chance to speak their minds. Vince, are you getting ready to speak?
Nope.
Okay, okay. All right, well, with board members' permission, I'll move it open to the public. Okay, so again, raise your hand if you wish to speak, and with my apologies if I don't see you because my Microsoft Teams has some lag time, but I see Hubert Norton and then Betsy Dunn with their hands up. Go ahead, Hubert.
My microphone, okay, excuse me, there we go. My microphone is disabled. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, again, my name is Hubie Norton, and yeah, I'll put my pretty face up there if you want to see it.
We see you.
Okay.
And now we don't.
Okay, let me click again here. Okay, camera's on.
There you go.
And this is regarding your decision discussion to place the plan of merger on the ballot. And it's already been mentioned, but given the COVID-19 situation, of the ability to have a meaningful town meeting in March of 2021, where people could gather, have an open discussion, ask questions, present and hear pros and cons, I do not believe it is wise or reasonable to have the merger proposal put on the March ballot. Virtual meetings and presentations of the sort we're having now, and we're getting some good examples of the bombing and so on, do not provide anywhere near the kind of dynamics that are needed to appropriately discuss and debate the complex and undermine complex issues surrounding any proposed merger vote. We've already heard questions from members of the select board about how the thing is fashioned. Technological arrangements currently being used for governmental processes are not easily available to all voters. Thankfully, many of those unable to participate in the electronic media may be the very voters most impacted by any final municipal configuration. Lack of printed news media that can try to provide an even-handed information and is a primary source or many is severely lacking, if non-existent, in today's climate. Consequently, voters who depend on independent printed media are effectively shut out from meaningful dialogue on municipal activities. Informational meeting that might be scheduled between now and March will contend with any restrictions and apprehensions about COVID-19 situation that will likely limit participation. Waiting another year to put the merger proposal to a vote will allow some normalcy to emerge within the community and subsequently provide more opportunity for the issues to be evenly dispersed and confidently discussed with a knowledgeable citizenry that is more ready to provide an informed decision with their vote. I encourage you to not put the plan for merger on the March 21st ballot. Any questions for me?
No.
Yeah,
well,
I have
go
a
ahead.
question. So,
Sure.
correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't the vote on merger happen before town meeting?
No, it would be the next day.
Oh, the next day. Okay. All right.
See, there we go. The very purpose of the
Hey,
town
I'm new. You got to give it to me. Come on now.
Okay, well, we've kind of gutted the town meeting a little bit here, but it's still going to be an informational meeting, which has been talked about. It's an informational meeting. Opportunity for people to discuss and debate this question. And it's not going to be the kind of town meeting that expect. This COVID thing is still going to be here come March. No question about it. Even with the vaccine, it takes a time for it to become effective. People are still going to be apprehensive. I feel it's a disservice to the voters to bring this up at this March town meeting.
Thanks for your statement, Hubie. We appreciate that. And if I could remind members of the audience that with public participation, your remarks need to be addressed to me as the chair, and it is not a conversation. Make your statement, and then we can go on, okay? Next speaker will be Betsy.
I think the question is directed to me. One of your select board members asked me a question.
You're absolutely right, and I appreciate your forbearance with us. Betsy and then Bob.
Okay, very good. I would agree with Hubie listening to him. And also the fact that, as Pat says, we've got this already and it's, basically there. Well, it isn't basically there if you don't know how to fund something and you don't understand where the funding is. I just went through all of the number 104C about the sidewalk districts, and it doesn't say anything about capital, and it doesn't say anything about an FTE. It doesn't say anything about a flat rate. So where would I find that information out if I was one of the public who are relying on this document to tell me what the merger is about? Plus, the fact that at 12 years, the 13th year, they're going to fall into the town getting the sidewalks done. How does that happen? And what is the difference in the funding there? And we asked, I asked, that Sarah give us a current look at what the taxes are for if we just decided, okay, let's get this thing over with, because year 12, year 5, if you have 100 people who move into Essex in the village and they say, I wasn't a part of this. Why am I paying this fee for the things that we're doing in this special tax district? And so they go to you guys and say, well, we want this gone. And then it goes. What happens then? There's nothing that is static about this. And your grand list, we're growing in the town outside of the village. And in the village, you're not growing as much as us. You have a smaller tax base. And so your taxes are going up. So we're supposed to take over. What are the benefits to the people in the town outside of the village? I get the benefits that the village has got, but what is the benefits that I and my neighbors and the people in the center are going to get from doing this merger? I don't see it. I want to see it because I want a merger. I am for it, but not if it's not spelling things out clearly. It just doesn't make sense to do that. That's my say.
Thank you. And that's a good opportunity to remind everybody that we have been working all along on a draft charter. And now that we're done with that, we will be able to put together lots of outreach materials and educational materials to share with the community for the next several months until it's time to vote. So that's a good opportunity to remind people of that. Thank you, Betsy.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead, Bob.
Wait. You're going to put out educational information. Are you also going to put out the pros and the cons?
Yes, we will.
You going to talk to Ken and get the information he has?
Betsy, thank you for your feedback and your questions. We're going to move on to Bob now. Thank you. Bob? Bob Bates, are you available?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
There you are. Yes. Hi.
Okay. Thank you, Elaine, very much. I would just echo the sentiments of the first speaker in terms of timing. This whole COVID thing has thrown everything into array. The analogy I've heard the governor use and Dr. Levine is that we've sort of been building the airplane while we're flying it. We don't really know what kind of burden taxpayers may face over the next year or two. The legislature, when it convenes, is facing a deficit of between $100 million and $200 million. The economist for the Department of Education estimates that school tax rates could go up as much as 9%. I realize we're talking about a town budget, but all of this affects overall tax rates for people, property taxes. So I think I'd rather see us wait until the airplane is built, so to speak, before we decide, do we fly with this now, or do we wait until we have a landing gear? And I, for one, would like to wait until we've landed and we really know what we're facing. I appreciate all the work the board has done in the past couple of years to put this program together. On the face of it, merger may be a great idea. I would like some harder facts, and I'd like to know how it's going to affect not just my tax rate, but those of all of us down the road. We really don't know how much of the after state cuts is going to fall back on the towns to have to pick up, particularly, as we have more and more people that are facing unemployment or facing evictions or facing we don't know what the feds are doing. There's all this stuff that's up in the air. And again, I'd like to see and wait until the airplane is completely built and landed before we vote on this merger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. I don't see any other hands up, so
Well, there are plenty.
Pardon me, Vince?
There are plenty of hands. I think we've got Patty,
so
Lorraine.
Greg, can I ask you to do the order because something's not working for me?
Sure, I have George Tyler's up there, also Patty, Lorraine, Margaret, Annie, Al, and Ken.
Okay, say the list again. I'm writing it down and I'll go through it. George
Tyler.
Uh-huh.
Patty Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Lorraine Zaloom.
Mm-hmm.
Margaret Smith.
Okay.
Annie Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
Al Bombardier.
Got it.
Ken Signorello.
Mm-hmm.
Irene Renner.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Sheldon. The list keeps going. Sharon Zukowski.
Wait, who came after Brian?
Sharon Zukowski.
Got it.
And that is it for now.
Okay, so Greg, keep an eye out and let me know if anyone is added to the list after Sharon, okay?
Will do.
Thank you. And folks, I'm going to ask you to limit your comments to 2 minutes at the most and make sure you're directing them at the board chair. Thank
Raj
you.
Chawla just raised his hand too.
Pardon me?
Raj Chawla.
Got it. Okay. Okay, let's start with George. Go ahead, George Tyler.
George, you're muted.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Elaine, I'll direct my comments to you, and I am just speaking as the former chair of the governance subcommittee, which was for people who aren't familiar, which was the committee appointed by the select board and the trustees to basically put together the merger charter in 2019, we put together the entire framework for the special districts, not just the sidewalk district, but the other districts. They were reviewed by the governance subcommittee and by both boards. And then on behalf of the two boards, I detailed all of this information and sent it to the Government Operations Committee at the legislature. It was reviewed by them and by the Legislative Council. And Dan Richardson also brought them to the Vermont Tax Department. These were essentially exactly the same taxing districts that are in the village charter, which was the village charter which was recently approved. And then in February, if you all recall, we invited all of the Essex representatives, as well as all the Chittenden County State senators, to a meeting at Essex High School, where again I laid out all of this entire special district framework and many other aspects of the charter in an open meeting. It was discussed openly. So all of this stuff has had extensive review. And then it was reviewed one more time by Dan Richardson before we put it into the village charter. And then, as I remind everybody, the village charter was overwhelmingly approved in the village, containing all the special districts that are in the same version as the town charter. One other issue I want to raise is why did we put them in? Yeah, the special districts to varying degrees save taxpayers in the town outside the village money, and that's part of the issue. But the other part of the reasoning was at the very beginning in 2018, when we first started reviewing and looking at possible governance changes, we drew up a list. The select board, the trustees, and the governance subcommittee drew up a list of assessment criteria by which and for which we would rank various types of forms of government. And the three of those criteria were to maintain current high levels of municipal services, to maintain village and town identity, and eventual tax equity. And so part of the reasoning for the special districts was to save town outside the village taxpayers some money as we were moving over the period of a decade the village's expenditures into the town general fund. But it was also to give the new board some flexibility, some tools by which they could raise just special taxes just inside the village to pay for service that are available just inside the village, which we thought would be a good thing, but would also go a long way towards assuring that current service levels wouldn't become contentious and that village and town identities would be maintained. Two last points. I know you've got a lot of people advocating and criticizing, but two last points, a couple of things I just heard. First of all, putting these conditions, these special districts into the charter is about the most permanent way we can do this. A policy can be changed year in and year out, and a funding and department can be changed. By putting them into a municipal charter, that means that in order to change the nature or the character of a district, it would have to be first put on the ballot by the select board, then approved by the voters, and then would have to go down to the legislature and approved by the legislature. So that means that these special districts, which save the town money, that's the whole reason we're putting them in there. They would be really, really hard to take out. Nothing in the universe is permanent, as we know, but these are about as well structured as you can make it.
Thanks.
And I think I'll stop there. But one last piece. In terms of the growing grand list, the village's grand list is part of the town's grand list. It's not separate. So if the village's grand list grows at 1% and the town's grand list grows at 1% or 2%, the village's growth is added to the town's grand list. It's not separate from it. So any growth in the village's grand list is, again, a benefit for the town outside the village. I wanted to raise that point. But I'm going to reiterate one last time, and I'll stop talking. This charter was the work of the select board and the trustees, hundreds of hours, thousands of dollars over a course of nearly 3 years. It was just recently overwhelmingly approved by the village, which is, as far as I know, half the population of the town. So I hope the select board keeps that in mind moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Okay, Patty Davis.
Everybody, when I need to give you permission to unmute, which I'm doing after Elaine calls on you. And then once I do that, I think you need to unmute yourself.
Patty, are you able to unmute yourself at this point?
I don't even.
Patty? Okay, Patty, we're gonna let Lorraine go next, and then we'll try you again. Go ahead, Lorraine.
Lorraine, can you unmute yourself?
She's saying that unmute is not available. Greg, is it possible to just not do the overall muting and just keep an eye on that random caller?
Yeah, we'll try. Sorry, I'm building this airplane as I'm flying it.
Imagine that.
Somebody else. Let me try to take this. Somebody suggested making presenters. I'm going to try that. Nope.
No, that one worked, Greg.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
whatever you did. I don't know if you want to try Patty again.
Thanks, Lorraine. Patty, can you unmute?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right, excellent. Go
Can I
ahead.
unmute?
You're there. We can hear you.
Okay, I'll be quick. Sorry, I'm pounding the button, knocking my tablet over. Okay, in response to George Tyler, and I guess Rajay is going to speak. Back in, I'm just going to say, I just research things and write down dates. I'm just a data hound, so just don't mind me. But these are quotes from trustee meeting July 2020, and the discussion. I just have a few notes here. It says that they were discussing trying to extend a transition period so that the village is trying to figure out if they can delay combining the budgets further into the transition period with economic triggers. These economic triggers, that basically it's just like us having our own budgets, but then by the time the merger happens, it'll all work out, so it'll benefit the village. But let me be more specific. Number one, I think this was said by Raj in this meeting, maintaining the goals of the village. Number one, maintaining adequate level of service for village residents. Number two, tax relief for village residents. Number three, preservation of village downtown as the downtown for the new town of Essex. Well, I'm a TOV member, and my heart and soul has been in the Essex experience for 2 years on the Planning Commission. I'm not a member, but I'm an activist on that planning commission. I take offense to that, and I will be voting no to the merger. How dare you say that you involved the town outside the village for 3 years? You did not. This has been your goal from day one.
Patty.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, Lorraine.
Hi, thank you. A couple of things. One, I think his name was Hubie, the first guy who spoke. There are a lot of problems with trying to educate or even speak with the public during COVID. Clearly, this meeting highlights a number of the problems with technology and trying to communicate or engage the public in a meaningful way. So I would appreciate really holding off until we could have at least the vaccine started. I know this will be with us, as you said, Elaine, forever, but that doesn't mean we can't have meetings again in the future. I think that we can. That February meeting certainly was a good example of being able to have the public well heard, or a meeting, and it was a start. I do appreciate all the work that you guys have done. You've done an incredible amount of work, but I do take issue with hearing you say that this is the most that anyone's ever done, having grown up here. I find that kind of insulting almost. And also, did George get to speak way over 2 minutes, or was that my imagination? And then fourth, when George says that the vote overwhelmingly won, I understand there was about a quarter of the vote, people that didn't vote, and the number of people who didn't vote for it. So I don't know that you would necessarily say overwhelmingly. I used to work in PR, and I know how to spin. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Margaret Smith.
I can't unmute.
Well, you can hear you, Margaret. You're good. Oh, you just muted your. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The joys of technology. Woohoo. First of all, I just want to second again or third Hubie Norton's whole speech. I think that this is really not the time to be pushing this, because people who would love to have input aren't being able to do it. And second of all, I wanted to say I haven't read the whole revised charter draft, but I was pleased to see that in the beginning you put in 3 + 3 for the new select board, but there were several places where the numbers were very ambiguous. Page 28, section 105A, it's not clear how many people would be, it says 3 former select board members. That could be 3 people who are village residents. So there are a number of places here where they really need to clean up how they're going to be represented. Page 30, section 108B is another one where it just isn't clear where the people are going to be from. At the managed, so I think that going forward, you really need to go back and look at these. And the village charter, I think, said 3 + 3 + 1. Are you guys planning to change this one to align it with that? And I still resent the fact that village people get to vote twice. So they get to vote on theirs and they get to vote on this one as well. And I know, yes, there's technically residents of the town, but I've never been a resident of the village.
15 seconds, Margaret.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Annie Cooper.
Hi. Yes, Margaret, I would love for you and I to be able to vote together the same way as each other, and for me not to have that other vote, because that would also remove my second set of taxes. So a solution to the fact that you would also like to be able to be harmonious with those of us that live in the village, I agree with you completely. And I would love to see a merger happen so that we could be harmonious like that. You are hearing from a very small crowd of people. It feels like a lot of people right now at the select board, but you're hearing from a small crowd. And I remember that the conversation, 30 people is not a lot of people. It's a lot of people to receive emails from over one weekend, but it's not a lot of people. A lot of people is almost 4,000 people voting for merger from the village, which is almost half of our town. And yes, while I agree that that's not every resident, that's a pretty high turnout for a vote. We are at an extraordinary time in our lives where we have access to more people through the gift of the internet. And so while we can't have a regular meeting, we can reach more people in this way than we ever have been able to before. So all of the statements that were being made speak to, and apologies, an archaic system where our town meeting only gets, how many people come to town meeting? Can someone give me a number? I can't remember right now.
2.3% of registered voters.
2.3%. So that's a very low turnout. That's a very low volume. So yes, I agree completely that engaged discussion in that auditorium is beautiful. And that's the way I want to have that discussion too. We're not going to fit 22,000 people in there, and we're not going to get more than 100 or 200 anyway. So to me,
15 seconds, Annie.
Thank you. To me, this is the time to do this. We're going to lose momentum on this, and this was what the select board set out to do for the past year or two. That's what the governance subcommittee was doing. We were putting merger on the ballot. And I am sorry for my step down. I would have helped us move forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Al Bombardier.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Just a few thoughts. I don't know. I just can't support this proposal. I just wanted to share. You know, it's one thing to go through all these meetings, and I've heard a lot of comments from different people about this, but I think the communications to the community, the whole community, is really important. We have very large refugees here, communities as well. I mean, it's translations, or it's one thing to put it in context as the advantage and disadvantage, but how do you explain it to the whole community that may not even speak English? There are issues, and I think the process of the trustees and the select board, without a balanced number of members representing each of the two halves of the two communities in the village and outside, at least indicates a certain level of a conflict of interest. And I've thought about this, and you know, it can't be based upon win-lose. You know, and yet so much of this conversation has been shifting liabilities and taxes from the village to the town. That is in fact on record, and that's been a lot of the discussion. So you can say it's the you know, the voters, but I don't know. I don't see a 50% or at least half of the representation from TOV, no matter how you cut it. And the last point I would make.
10 seconds, Al.
You think your taxes are high now? We put $1 million into substitute teachers at the high school, at the school. It's going to be, I think we're looking at 14 plus this year.
Okay. Thank you, Al. Ken Signorello.
And there we go, I hope.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair. Three quick things. I studied the Northfield merger. This is the most recent successful merger in Vermont. After a failure, very similar to our 2007 failure, they used a three-step process. Step one, should we? Step two, here's a plan. What do you think? Should we vote on it? And based on that, step three was put it on the ballot. I think we're at step 2. So I suggest that you do put a question on the ballot in March, an advisory question, asking the voters, should we consider putting the merger plan as currently conceived on the next ballot, November or March? Finally, the grand list issue that George brought up, Madam Chair. The ratio of the grand list in the village and outside the village is important because it's used to calculate the tax shift amounts. What's not clear to me is as that grand list ratio changes, does the calculation of the tax shift change? Or is it locked in at the very beginning and no matter what happens to the grand list after that, it stays the same? This is not clear to me and I would like it to be, and that's part of the questions that we asked in that letter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Irene. Irene, can you unmute?
And then I got muted by somebody.
I think you're all set. Go ahead.
All set? Thank you. This is directed to all the individual select board members. When I choose people to serve in public office to represent me, I vote for you to think. I don't vote for you to listen to the spin and listen to the pressures that are put on you by your peers or by anybody else. I ask you to look at the information you receive, hear from your representatives, and make an independent decision. And tonight is one of those decisions. And your feet will be held to the fire for the way you vote on this by everybody in town. I wish you would look around into the context of this. Whether or not merger is a good idea, whether or not we should even be voting on merger or spending money on merger after the last no vote. We are in the middle of a pandemic crisis. And if you are not sensitive to that and aware enough to put this off, I believe that speaks volumes about how I will consider you the next time you run for office. Nothing personal, but you need to be a statesman when you're in a position like this. You need to think bigger than yourself and bigger than the pressures that you personally may be put under. This is a big picture process. And I would urge you to please not put this on the ballot. It is not the time. George Tyler said in the 5 or 10 minutes that he just spoke, although I'm sure I'll be cut off way before then, that we spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on this. No, George Tyler did. George Tyler took a draft that the last governance subcommittee put together, and he monkeyed with it and completely rewrote it.
15 seconds,
2 or 3 months you didn't meet. And then everybody had to scramble and spend a lot of hours looking at a charter that made no sense to most of us. So that's also unacceptable.
Okay,
maybe let's revert to the other charter we had, but not this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Sheldon.
Can you hear me up?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to respectfully disagree with some of the previous speakers who argued that COVID-19 is a reason to delay a vote on merger. I'm counting this right. There are 33 folks here on this meeting tonight. That's a pretty high number in my experience. I've been to select board meetings where the only members of the public in attendance were myself and 2 others. I would argue that the electronic mechanisms the board has provided during this emergency have increased, not decreased participation. I personally have participated in select board meetings in the past year from New Hampshire, from Chicago, from the village, and from the TOV. Heck, I even listened to one meeting while I took care of an Essex lawn that desperately needed mowing. I would bet that the level of participation in this process would actually go down, not up, if we wait until the emergency is over. We've all worked very hard to get a plan that is fair to both sides of the village line. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the board for your hard work. And thank you all of Essex, especially those of you who are here tonight, for your participation over the last 2 years. I suspect that this high level of participation will continue until the vote, COVID-19 or no. Madam Chair, you took the words out of my mouth. let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's time to vote. As Mr. Murray pointed out, some of you ran for election on a desire for merger. So please put merger on the March ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Zukowski.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just have a quick question. I attended a planning commission meeting on the town plan, which I think they've been working on for a couple of years, and they finalized their draft. How does that mesh or not mesh with the merger? Because they said they're going to present it to you for approval. So I'm just wondering how that works in the whole merger scenario.
So Sharon, do you have any other questions? Because we're trying to make this just statements to the board, and I can answer that after everyone's had their chance to speak.
I could turn it into a statement.
I just want to make sure.
So how about that as a question left up in the air that maybe someone can answer at some point? Because I am confused that the town plan is still going forward. And I get why they are, because who knows, the merger may just fail and we do need a town plan.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Was there anything else, Sharon?
That's it.
Okay. Next is Raj Chalba.
Hi, thanks for taking my comments. I'm commenting as a resident of the village, not as a trustee tonight. And I just wanted to mention that well, a lot of the points were already made by other callers. I just didn't get a chance to lower my hand, I guess. But we do have an increase in participation we've seen across the board over the last little while during COVID. And I just remind the select board, I guess, that the village, by almost 3-1, I don't have the exact figures in front of me, voted for merger. They are, I know you're aware, they are your constituents. And, you know, the point that this is a unpredictable and very tough time financially for a lot of people. For half the community, it's also a tough time not knowing if they're going to get any kind of tax relief down the pike. So I would say, please give this some thought. I don't think putting merger on the ballot is going to have a major negative impact to our community. Quite the opposite. I think we'll come out stronger in the end. I think it's a good plan. I think the differences will be worked out between the village charter and the town charter that you're working on by the GovOps subcommittee. And that's really all I had to say in addition to the other comments. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, Greg, did anyone else raise their hand after Raj?
Yes, I see Andrew Brown, Iris Banks, Sarah Stultz, and Harlan Smith.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
That's my delay. I need to make him a participant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. So we've heard a few times already about how we are in the middle of a COVID pandemic, which is absolutely fact. We have been in this pandemic since March. And yet this past November, we had a national election, state election, and various local special elections, which were able to carry on without problem. I'm very personally thankful to our volunteers, Board of Civil Authority members, our clerk, who was able to make this happen. During one of those local elections that we just held this past November, 3,453 town residents voted for a merger. Let me say that again, 3,453 residents of the town voted for a merger during that village special vote. To put that into context, there were just over 4,000 people who voted in that election. Nearly 3 people to 1 voted for a merger during the village special election that happened. I would urge the select board to please put this on the ballot and allow the community to decide this. As you're hearing, there are various concerns, all of which can be alleviated and or at least addressed through the effort that I'm very confident the select board will have in terms of mailing and in terms of public information. Yes, things will need to be different. That's COVID. That's our new normal right now. And as we just experienced, both nationally and throughout our communities, an election and a vote like this is perfectly capable to happen during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, Iris.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, I'm discouraged about this plan. I mean, we've said no in the past. The town has to a merger. I want to echo what UB Norton and similar folks with similar opinions have said. I agree. I feel that a lot of people have difficulty with this technology. You know, as was said, there have been problems, complications tonight, but also people struggle that are not very facile with these kind of meetings. I'm concerned that the information isn't going to get out as it might if COVID wasn't with us. So I'm asking and recommending that this vote not be not be on the ballot. That's all.
Thank you. Sarah Stoltz.
Hi, Lane. Hi, everybody.
Hi,
I want to say that I agree with all the points from Raj, Brian, Annie, and Andrew. A while ago when I was on a meeting with you all and there was a lot of talk about representation, I made a comment how about years ago in 2006, 2007, the town outside the village wanted to merge slowly. And so we did that. And then representation became the issue. And so we've given it all of that time. All of a sudden now it's COVID. So, talk about a lack of transparency from some of these people. I think maybe you guys don't have an opportunity to do something that you want to do. So I don't appreciate that. Second, the nasty threats in the comments, that needs to stop because you do not have any evidence. So if you're going to say something, I want to see some evidence about your comments about other people on this forum. Unacceptable. Third, as a village resident, I have waited long enough, way too long, for something to be done. And some of you on this forum, or some of them of these people on this forum, Elaine, have been here maybe in this whole process 3 to 5 years. Well, I've been a village resident for many years, wanting to know what's going to happen so that village residents can decide what they want to do. So it is time to get this on the ballot. We have waited long enough. You might be new to this whole process for 5 years or so, but I've been in this for a long time and I'm tired of it. So it needs to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Harlan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just wanted to throw my hat into the ring of asking you to please put this on the ballot in March. You've given it years of dedication and built it the best that you can. I do find it a little ironic that some of the people that built 3+3, when some problems were identified by the state, said that it's not a big deal. We can work this out as we move along. Some of these small details are not an issue, but for some reason, the merger piece has to be exactly perfect to their specifications. I believe that we are seeing more participation in these meetings than I've ever seen before. I've sat in the other meetings. You're lucky to get 3, 4 people to show up to those. These meetings that I come into when I'm able to, I'm seeing 30 people sitting in here. I think getting the information out, last I knew the US mail service hadn't stopped. Email still works. Communication is still available for those people that truly want to be involved and get their message out. There are routes available to everybody. So again, I would encourage you to move forward, to ask the staff to continue to work forward to put this on the March ballot. Thanks.
Thank you. Greg, has anyone put their hand up since Harlan?
Betsy Dunn's hand is back up. And
Okay, is there anyone else who hasn't spoken yet who wants to speak before we open the floor to people, to Betsy, who has already spoken once? No one, Greg?
No.
Okay, so Betsy, and then we're going to bring it back to the board.
Oh, thank you very much. I find it ironic and kind of weird that it was brought up that the villagers voted and they showed what they wanted and we should do it. Well, the voters in the town, not the village as a separate vote, but the town on the whole, we voted for the 3x3 and we got pushback on that. Why is it okay for the villagers, because they voted that means we have to do it? But because it was 3x3 and the villagers didn't get a vote, mind you, town didn't get a vote in this merger question that they had either. But I think it's kind of ironic that you would use that as an example. I just don't get it. I agree that if there was little details that have to be filled in, Harlan, that we would do this. I'm sorry I mentioned his name. As another participant said, but when it comes to funding something, I would like to know where we're funding it. That doesn't seem like a little detail, and not at all. And when we talk about taxes, that's not a little detail. It's a big detail. And the fact that you are required by law to have 2 meetings for everyone to be able to attend, to hear about the merger before the merger vote, not by mail. That's always been there. You have to have 2 meetings. And as we said, that is going to be, you have to have them in January and February in order to meet the deadlines. So how do you do that in the midst of when that is supposed to be the biggest wave we're going to have after Christmas, when people are going to go and be with their families and friends?
15 seconds.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Greg, anybody else?
Just quick.
there are several hands raised, but I think they're all leftovers. I guess if any of you who have your hand raised, who have put it up a second time, if you could just say it's a second time.
Quick.
Whoever just said quick, go ahead. And I think Annie.
That's Patty.
Okay, Patty, then Annie.
I just have an idea. I have a quick idea for all of us, so we don't bicker. I have a friend who's a municipal attorney in Massachusetts and another lawyer friend of mine in Burlington. State law governs, it's an idea for all of us. State law governs mergers, but it will help to speak with a local public agency attorney to decide what steps we in town outside the village should take. I think it'd be in our best interest, instead of putting this on the ballot, I would be willing to look into an attorney for you. You can give me that assignment for the town outside the village if you like. If you in the town outside the village would like an objective local municipal attorney to hear what we have to say in town outside the village, to help you, Elaine, decide, whether or not we should put this on the ballot or not, and it'd be more of a professional, objective source. So that's my idea.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Annie, and then we're going to close it up for the board.
Hi, thank you. Two quick things. Number one, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that our select board might think that personally, whether you agree or disagree with me as a person is not why I would vote for you. I would vote for you to be trustworthy and thoughtful. And so, yes, while I certainly have desires for how we should do things, I trust the greater good of a vote. So regardless of your choice here this evening, personally, you're not at any risk for whether I will or not vote for you in the future, because your kindness and trustworthiness is what people vote for. So don't let that, bother you, at least from me. And secondarily, I think it's a little awkward that there's a lot of feeling like as though everyone's doing your job with you. There's this sudden switch gears where we're all the select board with you. Don't forget that you're the select board. We voted you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to bring it back to the board. I truly appreciate everybody's comments and your passion and the research that everyone's done and the concerns. We are in extraordinary times, and that does not make this work any easier. So board members, let's have one more round of whether you have any questions or comments, and then we are going to go to a vote. We are done with the public portion of this. We need to move on. So Andy, Vince, Dawn, Pat, do you have any other questions or comments that you'd like to make before we vote? Andy.
So George made a comment that we all agreed to have the same level of service. That's incorrect, because I remember when we had this discussion, I was adamant to bring up the question of whether we meant same level or same quality of service. It was, everyone agreed in that meeting. If you go back and read the minutes, it will tell you that we agreed to the same quality of service, not the same level of service. Just wanted to clarify that. Another thing that I want to bring up is that for the vote in March, the legislature has not yet given municipalities the ability to have either remote meetings or to automatically mail out ballots. So at this point, the way things stand is the choice you can make is to go to Australian ballot, which we already are going to do because of the vote. Other than that, there's currently no legislation that allows us to do anything different than what we always do, which is an in-person meeting, which I think is probably not going to be allowed. So there's at this point no way to have that meeting. But so that's still an open question. I just have concerns about the fact that we don't know how we're funding the districts. I believe that there are liabilities associated with the fact that we're taxing one part of the town to provide a service which is also available outside of that district without an additional tax. The sidewalk in front of my house gets plowed. I don't pay an extra tax for it. I'm not part of the district. But my sidewalk gets plowed. I'm not being charged an extra tax for that. So I believe we're subject to a lawsuit associated with that. Also, from the capital district, a 12-year capital district makes no sense to me, given that there's only a 5-year capital plan in the village at this point. And I also think it's hard to say that if you use village-only capital to pave a parking lot in the village, and then I go to the library and park on it, I go to the Brownell Library and I park on that, I'm getting the benefit of that capital. So I am very concerned that people have been pretty vocal about wanting in the village to want not to pay duplicate things. We have a 2-cent capital tax that we charge across the town that the village residents will pay, and they'll be paying their own capital, and I'll get to use what they build with it. So I'm very concerned that it only takes one person to, regardless of how many people voted for the merger plan that includes those districts, it only takes one person to launch a lawsuit for either of those two issues. The other thing is it's a $2 or $5. It's on the order of $2 to $5 that these districts are the difference it's making in the tax outside the village. So I don't understand the reason for putting them in. George said it's to save tax increases outside the village. It's $2 to $5. Unless I'm doing the math wrong, and nobody's told me I haven't, or I'm not. But so I'm not saying that I won't vote to warn this. What I'm saying is I don't think it's ready. And I'm not comfortable with the fact that we're totally ambiguous on how we're going to actually implement the districts.
Thank you, Andy. Vince or Dawn or Pat?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, I mean, Andy, I just wanted to ask Andy a real quick question. My audio cut out after you said ambiguous. What was the rest of your sentence?
I said that I don't know. What did I say? I said, in the future. I mean, the date that we have to vote to warn this is sometime in the future, and I'm not sure what exactly that date is. I'm not going to commit today to vote in favor of warning until I'm much more comfortable with how we're implementing the districts.
So I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I understand there's a lot of fear around all this. It's a lot of fear of change. Like, I'm no stranger to change and the fear that comes with it. But I support warning this. I do want to take into consideration Andy's comments on the tax districts, but I believe that those decisions were made long before. Those decisions shouldn't be revisited today. I want to understand the problems that Andy's talking about, but I think, the time to actually change this was in the process of building this charter. And I think we're kind of all here at the 11th hour screaming about like little details before a test. And I really, really feel that putting this vote off another year will be doing a disservice to the town and to the people that want it or don't want it. I'm just kind of upset with a lot of the public comments around this, because where were you folks? Where were you folks when all this was being built? I mean, I understand that you're here now, that you want to have your say, but where were you in the process of building this? I'm not saying you don't have a voice or that you don't have the right to input, but like, come on, people. Like, be there at the beginning. Be there when we needed you.
Vince, with all due respect, I do have to say that many of the people in the audience today have been there from day one. And I realize what you're saying, because it's frustrating to hear people tell us you're not taking into account the things that we're worried about when we know we have. But it's the nature of our service that that's what people can say. And in their estimation, perhaps we haven't. But I need to tell you that it's not necessarily fair to say that these folks have not been there since the beginning, because many of them have.
And I totally understand that. And the people who I'm talking to understand who they are. If you've had input in this process, I'm not speaking to you. But I also find, and I'm on a roll here, so I'm going to keep going, and please excuse my emotionality. The people that want to have Ken and Irene explain the pros and the cons, they both had two chances to explain the pros and the cons of their ideas around merger. Max Levy left the select board and resigned. They both had a chance to run for that seat. I ran for that seat. Annie Cooper resigned from the select board. They both had a chance to be selected for that seat. Neither one of them or any of their cadre tried. They didn't try to do it the normal way, the way that the process is supposed to happen. They've tried to circumvent
Vince,
and delay the process at every single step.
Vince, I need you to take a step back, okay? I totally understand the passion you're speaking with right now, and it's incredibly frustrating, but it's not appropriate for us to talk like that at the board level. I'm really sorry to say that, but I understand where you're coming from deeply. Dawn or Pat?
Trying to unmute myself.
Yeah, I can't see you. I'm so sorry. So just speak up.
No problem. I think I want to talk just a little bit about, I mean, a point certainly, Andy, that you mentioned, not to pick on you at all, but you know, as you mentioned, you know, specifics of concerns about people paying for something, you know, that the rest of town may already get. I mean, I think that we certainly as a select board are in difficult positions where we're sort of constantly warring with that, aren't we? Where we know that there's half of our populace right now who do pay for services that they don't get, and that is a present reality. You know, the merger goes a long way towards solving that. You know, is this perfect? I mean, obviously not. I don't think anyone expected that it was going to be perfect. And you're right in that it only takes one lawsuit. And I've been concerned about that for years, that someone in Essex Junction may levy a lawsuit against the town that says, hey, why am I paying taxes for a planning commission that does not serve me when I pay for, you know, a village, you know, group that does the same thing? Or, you know, I mean, I could choose examples. You know, I think that those examples are significantly larger and have been in place for much longer than the districts that you're concerned with, Andy. So for me, I think the movement, this merger itself, the plan and the charter that we have created is the best way to equalize out a long-standing inequity. And this is the easiest, the fairest way to do it. And we as select board members, though even earlier tonight, I admittedly said, you know, we were voted in on the platforms that we put forward to the people. You know, I was definitely pro merger, but I'm not the ultimate decider. What we are deciding tonight is, do we place this on the ballot for the public to decide? And I think that that is a very good thing for us to do. I think that's absolutely something that we can do during COVID. The technology absolutely is not perfect, but by the same extension, so would any meetings that we have held at 8 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock at night for individuals who work and can't make those 1 or 2 meetings. You know, I mean, we are in a tough position where we are always going to be excluding a percentage of the populace, but I do think that during COVID, we need to keep moving forward with the work that we've done and the work that we still have left to do on our plate. So obviously, I'm going to be voting yes to place this on the ballot. And I think that ultimately it's good for us to remember that us voting to place this on the ballot is not us saying merger is happening. It's us saying, let's give our town residents the chance to vote on it. And then that's who decides. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Pat. I want to address one thing that Andy brought up. We, the chair of Senate Government Ops today contacted Vermont clerks to share information about a bill that's been drafted to allow towns multiple things to do at town meetings. So there will be the bill will be for a mail-in ballot, the ability to change the date of the town meeting if they wanted to, and a couple other options. And the governor also announced today that he supports that legislation. So I expect that by the time second week of January gets here, we will have a solid answer about being able to conduct town meeting electronically, and that we will also be able to do mail-in ballots. And there is also talk about providing grant funding to towns to help them afford mail-in ballots, because it's not the normal thing that they do for town meetings. So that just happened today, this afternoon. So we need to wrap this up. And I'm not speaking about because it's 8:59. I'm saying this because we have been doing this for the latter part of 2 to 3 years. The questions that have been raised about districts we have discussed them more than I can remember at this point. And the opportunity to make these comments and to make these adjustments is frankly past. The issues that were raised today, Andy, you received lots of answers from staff, and while they may be confusing, I am confident that they are on the right track. And I am also 100% confident that the attorneys at the tax department, the legislative council, and the senators and the representatives and the House Government Operations Committees that we have run this document by multiple times have not raised flags about the districts. So if someone's going to sue us, we'll be ready to meet them in court because we have done the due diligence necessary to make this a legal document. I also want to say that we have really taken every single effort we could and every opportunity we could to satisfy the many questions and concerns you've had, Andy. And I really want to express my thanks to you for being so attentive to the details of the charter. But I also need to repeat what I said earlier. We cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And at every meeting, there is a new objection. And at every meeting, there is a new question. And we just need to keep moving. And we have a close to perfect charter. The voters will be the final deciders upon it. And I can see by your facial expressions and the things you're doing that you disagree and disrespect what I'm saying, but I'm afraid that's the way it is. And we really do need to vote now. So your hand is up. I don't want to cut you off from your comments. Please make them, but then we need to move along.
I just want to get back to the question I asked earlier. This is not a vote to warn.
No.
This is just a vote to say whether we're ready to warn at some future date.
To prepare, to ask the staff to prepare the warning to be voted on in January.
So I will repeat what I said earlier. I have not said, and I will not say, I have not said that I won't at some future date vote in favor of warning this. But today, I'm going to say we're not ready.
That's fine.
So, and that's enough.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I will. I'm getting the verbiage up. I move that the select board commit to including a question on the March 2021 ballot asking voters if the town of Essex shall adopt the plan of merger of the town and of the town of Essex and village of Essex Junction and the proposed charter for the merged community.
Thank you, Pat. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Vince. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
No.
And we'll need to do a roll call to confirm that. Pat?
Aye.
Vince?
Aye.
Andy?
Nay.
Dawn?
Nay.
Elaine? Aye. The motion passes. Thank you all. We're going to move on to item 5E now. Discussion and possible action on the following FY22 budget items. This is something that we're going to need to discuss in 3 parts because there are basically 2 decisions for the select board to make, but 3 aspects to it. So I would like to ask staff to walk us through, set the topic up for us and give us a description of what's going on, and then we'll discuss, if you wouldn't mind.
Sounds like a good plan. Good evening, everybody.
Hi, Sarah.
So 2 years ago, one of the final projects that Lauren Morrisseau undertook before she retired was to evaluate a way to eliminate the town outside the village highway tax, which has been a stated goal of the select board in all the budget years that I've been here so far, including this upcoming one. And this change in the way rolling stock capital is funded in both the village and the town would do a couple things, and one of those is to eliminate the town outside the village highway tax. It would also, and it would do it in such a way to have a small impact on tax rates across the board. It involves a few moving parts. I'm hopeful that on September 28th, when we talked at length about where the money comes from and how it flows between the entities, that was helpful in setting the stage for some of the things I'm about to tell you tonight. So in the town budget, there is a small piece that's funded by a tax levy just on taxpayers outside of the village. That's currently 1.1 cents, and it raises a dollar amount annually that approximates the transfer from the town operating budget to the town capital budget for public works or highway rolling stock or equipment that literally rolls, trucks, snowplows, vehicles. In the village budget, there is also a transfer to the village rolling stock fund for highway equipment with wheels. This transfer in the village budget happens outside of the highway segment of that budget, because if you remember, per the Public Works MOU between the town and the village, the highway segment of the village budget is set by the trustees, and then it is funded through the town budget, which means that highway operations town-wide, so town outside the village and village, are funded equitably by all taxpayers. What I mean by that is all taxpayers pay the same effective tax rate for highway operations, but they do not pay the same effective tax rate for the annual contribution to capital for highway rolling stock. The proposed change would move, the first piece is taking the highway rolling stock contribution in the village budget and moving it into that highway operating budget, which is then covered by the Public Works MOU. Those amounts would then be funded through the town budget, which, as we all remember, is funded by the entire grand list. In conjunction with that, so that we then don't have an imbalance on the town side, the town outside the village highway tax would be eliminated, making it so that the town contribution to capital for town rolling stock is then also funded by the entire town grand list. Because we're taking similar dollar amounts, the town outside the village highway taxes raises more than the village annual contribution to capital, but as we've seen, the town outside the village grand list is larger than the village grand list. Because we're taking dollar amounts that are raised on two subsets of the grand list, the hands are important, and raising them now across the whole grand list, we end up with this equalizing effect that has a cost to the average taxpayer of no more than $2. So it's a reduction of $3, $2.80 to the cost of an average village taxpayer, and an increase of $1.68 in the town. It also meets the goal of the stated goal of eliminating the town outside the village highway tax. I think it helps to simplify the tax rate structure, which we could definitely use more of. And it meets the goals from the Public Works study and in the Public Works MOU. So because we are eyeballs deep in budget season and moving forward with Village Budget Day on Wednesday and then presenting town budgets to the Select Board for review before Christmas in anticipation of Town Budget Day, this piece, I'm here tonight to ask for a decision one way or the other. I can go forward either way, but I do need a decision so that we can move forward. So the process would be threefold. The Select Board would have to approve an increase greater Then a one-time increase greater than 6% in the village highway budget, because we're moving that capital transfer in for the first time. That's per the Public Works MOU. And then the select board would also have, I would ask the select board to make a motion to eliminate the highway tax, so that we were all very clear that we were going to do that in conjunction with all of this. And then the trustees would have to approve the structural change in their budget tomorrow night, if the first two pieces happen, and then Wednesday is budget day. So at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board has about all those words.
Sarah, thank you for just everything, actually. Just thank you for everything. This is something that we've discussed that many times, and I appreciate the staff's ability to get this back to us. And I know Andy has asked for this for several years now, and I'm really glad we're able to talk about it in a way that hopefully we can actually make it happen this year. So thank you. I actually don't have questions, but I would love to have board members have their questions answered. Vince or Dawn, I can't see you.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Dawn?
I do.
Great, go ahead.
So if we take over the villages, because this is new to me, so rolling stock, then we have control of those vehicles, or they still have control of their vehicles?
The village still has control over it. So similar to the way the highway operating budget is funded through the town, but it's under the control of the village, this would be another component of that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Andy?
I got to turn my camera back on so you can see my facial expressions, so I'm not trying to hide here.
So it was actually frozen on a previous space.
Yeah, I sat down for a while it was frozen. It was kind of a nice break. So, Sarah, this was proposed 2 years ago also, this exact same proposal, and it was withdrawn.
Yeah.
Any comments as to why it was withdrawn before? What were the concerns that caused it to be? Because it was never actually presented to the select board. It was removed from the select board's agenda 2 years ago.
I did not go back and do that research, Andy. So my recollection was that it was presented to the select board and the trustees because Lauren and I made budgets with this change, and then we had to scramble and make them without the change. But I think that there were concerns about ownership of equipment, and that was the first thing that came up then. And then also I can't remember any of the other concerns, but I mean, we could dig it back up. I did just update Lauren's memo, so we could go pull up the old minutes and see what the discussion was.
Yeah, I recall that it was included in the package, but then it was at the meeting. We were told it wasn't going to be discussed. So I guess it was my sense that the trustees backed away from it. So I was wondering if those concerns were still there, but the trustees aren't here to speak for it. So I guess maybe it's inappropriate to ask.
I seem to recall that there were other funding things that the trustees needed to address regarding a increased transfer to their capital budget at the time that made them decide not to go forward with the.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I'm jarring some memories that there was other what they considered more important things in their whatever was needed outside of this question. Okay. Yeah, I remember that now. You're right. Okay. Thank you.
Pat, anything?
I don't think so. I mean, I think initially last year, I wasn't really thrilled about the idea of eliminating the town highway tax, but in conjunction with everything else, it seems like this is a much more sort of equitable solution. Maybe just kind of a random question, but if the town, maybe should say TOV highway tax is eliminated, would that be the last tax that the TOV gets exclusively levied against them? Because I think
That's
the
correct. So
highway is
the,
the only outstanding item, correct? So
that's correct. That's the only tax rate that's levied only on the town outside the village.
So I think there's a lot to like about this, just from the perspective of sort of bringing everything in line, you know, and obviously simplifying it from your end. So I'm all for it.
Okay. And Sarah, just to sort of very simplistically repeat it, the transfer is basically we've already had this precedent because we transferred the village's public works budget into the town budget a couple years ago. That has gone smoothly. And if the village needs to, the select board will have the ability to reject it if it goes over a certain percentage, the increase in the budget, when the village sets it on their annual basis.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Okay.
Correct.
And,
Per the Public Works MOU, if it's going to be more than a 6% increase, it has to come to the select board for approval.
right. And so the Public Works MOU is the document that we jointly reviewed 2 summers ago, I believe, and doing this move that we're talking about today was a recommendation of that review of the MOU. So this is just a continuation of an existing agreement that we have with the town and the village. And it's not necessarily something significant and new that we have to like do a whole bunch of additional work on. This is like ready to go and we can take care of it and eliminate the TOV highway tax at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. Well, and so in order to accomplish this, Sarah, you need us to do 2 things. You need us to approve the elimination of the highway tax in one motion, and then you need a second motion for us to approve the village's highway budget increase above 6%.
Correct. I have no problem with them being the same motion, but I do just want it on record that we are committing now to doing the 6% and the elimination of the highway tax, because this only has that's minimal impact if we do both the things.
Right. And then the third aspect of it is the trustees have to agree to do their end.
Right. I tomorrow night I'll ask the trustees if they're okay with this, and then Wednesday is village budget day. So here we go.
Andy, thank you for waiting for me to finish my questions. Go ahead.
This is a budget question, so I have reservations about committing to this without seeing the entire budget. I'm fully in support of doing this. Don't get me wrong. As you said, I've been asking for this to get rid of this highway tax for quite a while. And I agree this is a clean and slick way to do it, but I without approving it in the context of the entire FY22 budget, I'm fine with giving you a consensus that yeah, we're happy with it, but I don't know that I don't think that we should commit to it without seeing the entire budget. That's a
I can understand that. I think that's, I can understand where you coming from. I'm gonna be maybe a little more frank than I normally am. If you're not okay with the concept outside of the budget, then this isn't the year to do it. I think we just have, you have one of me, a lot of moving parts, and direction either way is really what I need in order to move forward. Wednesday, the village is going to look at their budget, and then it's time to compile the town budget. I'll have that for you before Christmas. I'm hoping to also have, fund balance from the auditors, but I have a list of a couple dozen things that they're asking me for as well, and other looming deadlines. It's hard to make all the timing line up with the moving pieces.
And Sarah, the village needs us to act as well, so that they can know that if they do it for their, but they need to know this from us for their budget day, which is this week, right?
Right, their budget day is Wednesday. Now, they ultimately vote on their budget after the town votes on their budget. So we could go back in and change it in
Right.
January after town budget day.
Right.
You know, there are a lot of special requests of me, and this would just be another one of them that would have to be prioritized.
Evan?
And I would say for those, and Sarah, close your ears for a minute. There are dozens of decisions to be made in the budget that if you want to hold off on some of those, they may have a little more flexibility and elasticity than this. This is kind of a decision you make, and it sets a framework for the budget and some other things. And then there's the department budgets that if we nipped and tucked a bit here and there, we could get to a place where you're more comfortable. But you won't know that until you go through it. But this is kind of the first big domino that needs to be toppled to get to the end. And I wanted to remind people, it's been a long night. Please remember, we did a 0 rate increase this fiscal year, knowing that it was COVID, knowing that it was going to be hard times. We are also going to be digging back out of a 0 rate increase. So there's some gymnastics that go on with this, and Sarah's bending and twisting as best as she can. Thank you. But this is the first domino because it sets some direction, not only for the town, but for the village budget.
Okay.
I will say it is a lot easier with the new program because I have multiple scenarios set up than with all the spreadsheets. But it is still, I would still ask for direction one way or the other. And I don't, whatever way it is, I'm fine with.
And as we've mentioned before, I mean, I've been here almost 3 years. This has been on your goals for well before that. I believe this tax was upwards of almost 8 cents, 7. Does that sound right?
It was fully 8. It was fully 8.
It was fully 8.
Yeah,
We are down to 0.11. This is something that's been on the wish list. We're this close. So.
All right. If there aren't any other board questions, or Andy?
Yeah, I'm just going to say we do plenty of things based on select board consensus. And again, I mean, last year's increase was over 7%. So this will be 2 years in a row where we've had a bigger than 6% increase. And I'm not saying that that's a problem. I just want to look at the entire budget.
Sure.
And I'd like to go forward with just consensus and not make a commitment here because again, we don't have the context of the entire budget.
Would that be acceptable to you?
Comfortable with that. I will yell at Evan if it all gets changed at the last minute, and he already knows that.
Wait. Why is Dawn smiling at that? Why are you smiling that she's going to yell at me?
You got to figure out how to make your camera freeze so she can't.
I'm sorry. I forgot to shut the camera off before I did that.
Put the cat back. Put the cat back on your screen.
Okay, so Andy, you're requesting that this is not an actual vote, but rather a consensus.
That would be my vast preference, given that I don't have the context of the entire budget. Correct.
Are board members okay with that?
I am fine with that.
I'm fine with that. There's also public with their hands up, Elaine.
Right. I just want to double check and make sure, as long as it is sufficient for Sarah to do the work that she needs to do, and as long as it is sufficient to allow for decision making at the villages level, because it's dependent upon that, then consensus works for me as well. Okay, so before we move on from this business item, are there members of the public who wish to talk about this particular item? Greg, I don't know if you can clear all the hands, or I can't even make sense of how many hands are up right now and whether they're left over or not.
I'm not
sure if I
this
can.
is Evan. This is Evan. I see Ken and Irene and
Betsy Dunn has her hand up.
Betsy Dunn. Can we confirm those before we start? And then also, that's all I see. And Tracy Delphia.
Okay, Ken saying yes. Okay. So Ken, Irene, Betsy, Tracy, Harlan. Okay, go ahead, Ken.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little bit of trivia for you. The highway tax was actually a whole $1 from 1959 through 1966. Those years. Prior to that, it was 0.75 and then 0.5. Since 1972, when our charter passed, we've gathered up a whole $20 million in highway tax in dollars at that time, not corrected for inflation. I'd like to suggest that this is another,
We lost you, Ken. We don't have your audio. Ken. Okay, let's move on to Irene and then we'll try Ken again. Irene, are you able to speak?
She's muted, at least on my screen. Greg, you with us?
I'm here. I don't have an option to unmute Irene, though.
I seem to have an option myself, if that helps anyone. Irene, I think you can unmute yourself, maybe.
Ken, are you back?
Hi there.
Oh, there's Irene.
Irene. Go ahead, Irene.
So just to refresh people's memory, I was on the select board 3 years ago, when the village first thought about transferring its rolling stock. And the issue that was the sticking point was that if the town was going to pay for it, the labels on the trucks would have to change. And that was where the trustees at that joint meeting drew the line and said, you know what, we'll find that $200,000 ourselves. Thanks.
Okay. Ken, can you try again? All right, we're gonna drop down to Betsy.
Elaine,
Go ahead, Betsy. You're muted.
I'm unmuted.
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
My hand is down. I don't have it up. I'm looking at my screen. My hand's not up.
Oh, okay. Okay, never mind. Carry on. Tracy? Oh, go ahead. Wait, I'm sorry. Ken is back. Ken, give it a shot.
Yes, the wonders of technology.
There we go.
So where was I? I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the whole MOU concept because it ends up that part of the town ends up contributing to another municipality's operating expenses and now capital without gaining any control over that budgetary item. I can't vote on a village budget, yet I'm going to be effectively paying part of their operating and capital expenditures. So I know that I sometimes come up with somewhat radical ideas that are very entertaining, such as the zip code concept. So here's a more radical idea for you. Let's get it over with. Let's do with Public Works what we've done with police. Let's roll up the village Public Works Department into a town Public Works Department that takes care of the whole town to make life simple for everybody. Village won't have to have a budgetary sequence for Public Works. They'll come to, it doesn't sound so good, huh? So the village would come to the town budgetary meeting and lobby for expenditures that they would like. We would get those economies of scale I keep on hearing that we're going to be getting, but don't ever seem to see. And I think that would be a better approach. So just to underline, I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with this concept of part of the town paying for another municipality's expenditures without having a vote on it. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Tracy. She's trying. I can see her
There we
trying.
go.
There she is.
This is what we in the IT field like to call job security. So sort of along Ken's line of thinking, my immediate thought when I read the packet was, is this a precursor to merging departments?
Okay.
I mean, I think, you know, along now those same lines, both the town inside the village, the town outside the village, obviously we all have a need for public works. We all have a need for rolling stock. If we can leverage those savings by only having one, I think that's something that we should do, or at least look into. After merger, if it goes through, we're going to have to do that anyway. So this would kind of give us a leg up on that. My other question is, in the packet, the recommendations, number 3, it talks about village highway transfer to rolling stock into the FY22 village highway budget. But the table, the second to last row, talks about the effect of adding village highway rolling stock to town budget. So which one is correct, I guess?
Both of them are, Tracy.
Oh,
so
okay.
So one of the challenges with things that are so complicated is that they can see, you know, is that we have all of these moving pieces. And so in the village budget, what has to happen is that there are different segments of each of the municipalities' budgets. And in the village, they have a segment just for transfers and miscellaneous. And that's currently where this transfer exists. And this is where it's budgeted year over year. And that segment is raised entirely on village-only tax levy. And then there's the village highway operating budget, which is a different segment in the budget, just like finance or administration, manager, IT would be in the town budget, for example. So, and that segment of the budget, when we look at it in its entirety, is then moved, the sum total of the expenditures are moved into the town budget as a single line, which then gets funded through the town budget. So the trustees have to approve the change to the structure of their budget, which moves that transfer into the town, which moves from the transfer segment into the village highway operating budget, so that we don't have pieces that are funded differently in different places. So that kind of tidies up the village budget, and then that all gets funded through the town budget. Does that help answer your question?
It does, thank you. And just one last comment that I have in dealing with MOUs, when I put my professional hat on, I get nervous whenever, you know, if a binding vote is taken to, oh, let's agree to increase it without a maximum. So I would just echo Andy's line of thinking as far as waiting to see what those actual numbers are, so that you can put, you know, a maximum number on that, if that makes sense. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think I see, so I have Harlan to go still, and now I see Lorraine. Greg, am I missing anyone else?
That is all that I see right now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Harlan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Actually, I did not have my hand up, but since you've called on me and there's been a conversation going on, to simplify, or at least simplify it in my head, Sarah, basically, the village used to pay for all of their capital on the rolling stock, and the town through the highway tax used to pay for their capital on the rolling stock. And now we're just going to combine them all together, and everybody's going to pay for everybody's rolling stock. Is that short and simple and correct? You're muted, Sarah.
I know.
Sarah.
thinking.
So I
It's
couldn't hear you laughing at me?
No, I'm just trying to think about where the super simple version might miss something, and I don't think that it has. So it just like all taxpayers pay the same effective rate for highway operating, now all taxpayers are going to also pay the same effective tax rate for all highway rolling stock that's funded through transfers to capital out of the operating budget. So, yes.
Right.
Did I just say what you just said?
We're all paying for all of the equipment that services both the TID and the TOV on the capital end of things. That's basically what we're doing, is balancing it out so that all of the taxpayers are paying for all of the equipment.
Right, yes, for all the highway rolling stock. So this does not include, this doesn't move into fire.
Right.
Yep, nope, totally get it. Totally understand that piece. We're all talking highway here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the opportunity. I didn't have my hand raised, but as the conversation went on, I was like, wait a minute. So I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Lorraine, and then we're going to bring it back to the board.
Hi, thanks, Elaine. Sarah, I could watch you all night long. I wish I had you in college during my calculus classes. It's just fabulous. I know. But one of the questions is, because I too, like Ken, I would love just to see the whole budget merged into like the police and just make it one. And I think that would make it easier for you as well and the staff members in terms of chewing up labor too. But with that said, and now that I'm living outside the village and no longer in the village, because the village, in a way, because they're part of the town, they are currently paying for a rolling stock on top of that, or does that village, that highway tax cover the whole rolling stock for the TOV area?
So without pulling up the town capital budget, which is funded through the 2-cent capital tax that's levied on all taxpayers, the amount of funds that are raised by the town outside the village highway tax annually approximate the operating transfer to capital out of the town highway budget, which funds. So that transfer then gets transferred into the capital fund, and then it funds the town highway rolling stock plan over time. So like some years we spend more, some years we spend less. Every year we put an equal amount in. That's the same way that the village does things. If there is, on the town side, if there is not enough money in that fund from the operating transfer, it exists as part of the larger capital fund, and there's the 2-cent capital tax that can be leaned on, and that would happen during the budget process if that were the case. The last few years that I'm most familiar with since I've been here, we have not needed to do that, but I wouldn't go as far to say that it's never going to happen or hasn't.
Right, because you can't predict that. Right. Or maybe you can. So do that. And then does the rolling stock for the town, does that service both the village and the town?
Well, generally, no. However, the town and the village highway departments work together often to support each other. And if the town has a piece of equipment that's down that the village has, they'll share and they work. They're open lines of communication. They're often, because of the Public Works MOU and because of the way that the Public Works departments have been working together more and more, we have more of this blending. So strictly, I think that the village equipment primarily services the village. The town outside the village equipment primarily services the town outside the village. But just like we have a town engineer who provides services back and forth, and there's collaboration. Oh, that's the word. There's a lot of collaboration between the two departments that starts to blend that line.
So shared services, basically, so that the village rolling stock also at times has serviced the town as well.
Absolutely.
And so because Dennis serviced both the village and the town, in a way, even though we don't have control as TOVers for the village rolling stock, in a way you kind of do-ish, because he serves both the village and the town outside the village. Am I getting that right? I'm just trying to understand this.
Yeah, I think so.
Also,
Okay, because the thing that concerned me was legally is just, it's weird to then pay for something that you don't own, like in terms of not having the representation and not being able to vote on whether you add that rolling stock or not, and whether that eventually increases my taxes without being able to vote on it. So that's where I get concerned. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right.
It would be awesome if this could all be one budget and all so simple and one vote and one rate. I wish I
would be all for just doing one town. I mean, really, in terms of merging stuff, it seems to work for the police. I echo what Ken says. I would rather just see it one department. So, but thank you for your time.
So would we. Awesome. We're all on the same page. I think one more person has a question, Brian Sheldon, and then we need to bring it back. Oh, okay, never mind. He's withdrawn his question. Okay, so back to the board. We have consensus that we are okay with the elimination of the town highway tax and approval of the highway budget increase above the village highway budget increase above 6%. But we will need to vote to approve that. I'm assuming, however, we could do that as part of the overall approval of the budget.
That is correct. I've got to think about the timing. Yes, because when you guys, the select board, approve the town budget to be warned, then there is still enough time for me to make any final changes to the village budget for it to be warned. The challenge becomes if there are changes made to the town budget on the floor that affect the village budget, there's not enough time to then get them into the village budget before village budget day. So, yes. So sorry, to answer your question, Elaine, yes.
There's no floor changes to the budget this year.
Right.
Right, because it's going to be
Australian ballot. Yep.
Well, Sarah, all of that said, if there's anything you need from us that you need official decisions on, don't hesitate to ask. All right.
And Madam Chair, if I can, just one quick thing. Since I'm the manager of both the village and the town, and the rolling stock budget has to come through me before the board see it, and our goal of alignment and consolidation of service, we are trying very hard and being successful, not purchasing duplicate equipment. We are trying to make sure that we have just enough equipment we need. So we try not to buy 2 end loaders if we don't need 2 end loaders. We try not to buy 2, so one time the town will buy one type of piece of equipment and share it with the village, and the village buys another piece of equipment and shares it with the town. So we're not both buying very expensive equipment that sits in the shop for 3 days waiting for somebody to use it. They are being used a lot. So there you have it.
Thanks, Evan. Okay, so thank you everyone for the discussion and the questions. And Sarah, thank you as always for the really clear explanations. You really help us make some complicated stuff understandable. And I hope that we are doing just a little bit to make your job slightly less complicated. All right, business item 5F, which is what we moved from the consent agenda earlier in the evening. The minutes of November 16th. Dawn, you had some edits you'd like to make?
I do. On lines 150 to 152 should say that Mr. Signorello said that he developed a chart going back to 1950 and village residents held the majority of the select board seats for 20 years. The way it should read. That's what I wrote anyway.
Okay.
And on line 158, where it says the other 6 should be replaced with 5.
Kathy, do you have that? confirmed. Oh, no, that's not Kathy. Kathy, can you just confirm that you've gotten that change?
Kathy can't unmute.
Okay, she's got it. Great. Thank you, Kathy.
No, that was Tracy. I was just telling you that Kathy can't unmute because she's an attendee right now.
I understand. She also said that she got it, so thank you. Okay, so then we need to approve those minutes separately as amended. Would anyone like to move that?
So moved. So moved.
Thank you, Dawn. Is there a second to approve the minutes as amended? Vince? Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes of November 16th, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, thank you. Now, we do have some executive session items, but we're going to skip down to the consent agenda first before we handle those. Would anyone like to move the consent agenda?
I'll move the consent agenda.
Thank you, Vince. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Dawn. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. And now we are at the reading file. Board members, do you have any questions or comments regarding the reading file or anything else at this time?
No.
Okay.
I do really quickly.
Pat,
Try to
go
make
ahead.
it very fast. I know we're late, but kudos to our police department for the recent updates and the apprehension of the vehicle fires. We've had sort of a rash, I would say, in the community of some break-ins and the vehicle fires recently. So I'm very pleased to see that we're getting resolution on those cases. Big thanks to Jim Berniger, who has stepped down as the chair of the EDC over this last week. He did quite a lot of work in that role, and just wanted to express my thanks to him for serving as long as he did. I think one last thing, just to note that I think there was a mention earlier in the evening, and it's in regards to the merger financial, since that is in the reading file. There was some talk that we never got any information about separation financials. That was part of Sarah's presentation back in September. So people are curious about that. It's just something that they can go and look at, and we'd be happy to provide the links if someone wants to get that to us.
Okay. Thanks, Pat. Any other board members with comments on the reading file? Okay, and we had Irene at the beginning of the meeting asking if she could make a comment on the reading file. Go ahead, Irene.
Thank you. I'd like to comment on the staff response to the 45 residents requesting more robust and up-to-date financial numbers about merger. I appreciate that Sarah gave us an immediate response to that memo, and I would hope she'll take the time needed to generate complete answers to our questions. Also, the staff memo refers to 37 signers, and that should be updated to 45. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And I'd also like to echo Pat's thanks to Jim Berniger for serving on the EDC. He was an excellent member, and we're going to miss him and wish him the best. Okay, we have 2 executive sessions that we need to adjourn into. So we have a couple different motions to make, and I do believe that we will be exiting this meeting and entering a separate meeting for the executive session. And do you need us to come back, Greg, for any other business?
If we're going to appoint somebody, we do.
Yeah, we might have to have you come back. We'll see how the discussions go. And like you said, for the appointment.
Thank you, Greg. I appreciate that.
If there's an appointment.
So we'll leave this meeting open. We're going to hang out in the other room, do our executive session, and come back if we need to. Okay. So Andy, would you like to make the motions to enter into executive session, please?
I certainly will. I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss the proposed public official appointments in accordance with 1 VSA section 313A3 and to include the unified manager and deputy manager.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Vince. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Next, Andy.
Okay, I move that the select board make the specific finding that premature general public knowledge of the town's position concerning the proposed contract discussion would place the town at a substantial disadvantage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Pat. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. Next, Andy.
I move that the select board enter into executive session to discuss potential contracts pursuant to 1 VSA 313A1A to include the unified manager, deputy manager, and community development director.
Thanks. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Pat. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That was just 3, right, Andy?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So we're entering executive session at 9:52. And we'll be back if we need to do any business afterwards. We'll just wait for Dawn to arrive, then we can finish. Okay, I think Dawn's here. I just want to confirm that Dawn can connect. I see her, but I don't hear her. Greg, can you unmute Dawn, please?
Okay, try that. That's better.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, would anybody like to make a motion?
I make the motion that we appoint Annie Cooper to a term on the Economic Development Committee.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Vince. Any further discussion?
Just to be clear, it's Economic Development Commission.
Sorry.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, congratulations, Annie, and welcome to the EDC.
Congratulations.
I am so grateful and I really appreciate the respect. And honestly, I take this very seriously and I appreciate it more than I can really articulate. And I will serve you well and wisely and graciously from all angles. I promise. Thank you for the trust.
We know you will.
I am really quite moved, actually, to be honest with you. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our business for the evening. Would anyone like to adjourn? Vote to move.
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vince. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you all very much and have a good evening.
Good night.
Good night.